afternoon from New Delhi, India. We are at Namaste everyone. We are going to commence with the round 7 of the Women Grand Prix in a few minutes. And here you are with us, your host for the day and for the tournament. I am International Master Soumya Swaminathan. And with me, my esteemed co-host Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay, a legend from India, 7 times national champion and so many times Commonwealth champion. Hello, Praveen sir.
Welcome all. I think we'll halfway through the tournament after the first half. The yesterday was the sixth round, and today start with seventh round. So a lot of excitement. You must have seen that as the tournament is progressing, a lot of interesting events happening. Initially, they were all draws on one of the days, and now we see resulting games, almost all resulting games, and we have very interesting matches today. But before that, Soumya, could you tell our viewers about what this Grand Prix is about?
Yes, the Women Grand Prix is a series of 4 events. It serves as a qualification event for the Women Candidate Tournament and hence is a part of the World Championship cycle. The first one was held in Astana in September 17 to 30th 2022, which was won by Katrina Lano, who's playing here. The second one was held in Munich in February this year, won by Kosteniuk Alexandra, and Humpy from India came second in that tournament. The third one is being held here in New Delhi, and the fourth will be held later this year. And the cumulative points will be counted for the qualification scores. The top two finishers will qualify for the women's candidate tournaments of the next World Championship cycle. This is the leaderboard of the Grand Prix right now that we have on the screen, with Alexandra Kostyuk leading the Grand Prix series with 250 points. Zujiner next, Katrina Lano, Zansai Abdubalik, Alexandra Goryachkina, and Humpy being very close, but they all have, some of them have played only one, and a few of them have played two already, so that makes a difference.
Actually, it's let's see how one qualifies to this because everybody aspires to be a world champion. But to get into this Grand Prix, one has to. There are very few selected 16 are there in this Grand Prix, and who qualified for this? Let's see the world champion herself or himself in men, and the 4 semi-finalists of the World Cup tournament, which was held earlier, and the top 4 from the Grand Swiss for Women conducted by the FIDE, and the 3 highest rated players from the March 2022 list qualify for this because it's the selection for 22, 23, and the champion for the World Championship 2024. And the 4 organizers nominees, which are Bibisara and Wagner and Humpy and Vaishali. So we see quite a few players. Humpy was qualified by the rating, but she had not played any games in this period of I think 18 months or 2 years. So in spite of being world number 2, she was not qualifying. So FIDE takes care of such things, and they qualify the best of that. So now we have a very interesting tournament. To be here has been one of the most difficult things, and we see the best of the women's chess, except the women's world champion in the candidates matches, which are not now going on for this year's cycle. But all other the rest of the top best players in the world are here, and only 2 qualifiers from 16. So you can imagine, and out of the 4 legs, you can play only 3 legs, and the score is counted for qualification.
And
So let's see the games have begun, and Soumya,
they
please.
they also have a, before we move on to the games, we must add that they also have a wonderful prize fund to play for. The total prize fund for each event is 80,000 euros, with a whopping first prize of 15,000 euro for the winner, and the overall overall winners also get a whopping prize fund of 80,000 euros, with the top 8 finishers of the Grand Prix series having a share of this prize fund, the top prize being 20,000 euros for the winner of the Grand Prix.
So everybody gets a chance to win 15,000, 15,000, 15,000 plus 20,000. It's a big amount, I must say.
Yes.
So a lot of money there and a lot of at stake, and also qualification for candidates with more prize money to come in and the World Championship. And great future to all the players, and they're fighting their best, and that's why a lot of ups and downs in the games. And let's see the games have begun. We can perhaps look at the games.
Absolutely. We have the pairings on the screen. Nana plays against Katrina Lano. Asubeva Bibisara, who's leading the tournament right now, plays against Koneru Humpy. So, important match here. Vaishali Ramesh Babu plays against Dronawali Harika. So, an all Indian clash over here for the first time after the first round, where Humpy and Harika played against each other. And Nino Batsiashvili of Georgia plays against Alexandra Goryachkina of Russia, who's playing under the FIDE flag. So,
Yeah, let's see about this Bibisara and Humpy's game because they belong to different generations. Bibisara is born in 2004, the youngest participant, and they have never played a classical game. Although they are, Bibisara is world Blitz champion and Humpy is world Blitz number 2, and the tournament was conducted very recently in December 22. So they have played several games in Blitz, but they have not played a classical game so far. So I think it's going to be very interesting because both of them know each other, but both of them don't know how they would play when there's more time than Blitz. Where in Blitz, it's more or less the reflexes and the calculating ability that matters, and in classical, perhaps it's your knowledge and your class determines things better than perhaps calculating abilities and form. So first ever game for them in classical chess. So far, it had always been Italian defense or Petrov. So Bibisara had always played e4. No, there was once she had played Nimzo and once it was Queen's Gambit. So I think Bibisara seems to be a universal player. And today they have started with Catalan. Uh, Not direct Catalan because white is yet to play d4, but it could transpose into Catalan or black could play d4 and eventually get into something which Harika chose against Bibisara. So I think probably Bibisara has prepared this particular setup. I think exactly the same position what she got against Harika, isn't it?
yes, absolutely. And Humpy does go for d4, so we might see a repeat of that line, which was extremely unusual, by the way. A very unusual choice by Harika as well as Bibisara with going knight e5 and f4. But here she does not play d3, allowing bishop b4 check. That is the difference. She plays short castle directly.
And probably after knight c6 is going to be a more or less more regular position than what it was earlier. D3 was perhaps inaccuracy in the other game because she and Bibisara, although she won the game, she wasn't really in a good position at some stage. It felt that she was likely to go down quickly, but she came up with some interesting ideas, and I think that's the advantage some youngsters have because those who have been those who have started playing chess after the engines chess playing machines became very strong, then these people develop a special feel about tactics. And the younger generation, those who started late, in say about 10 years back or 12 years back, they are very strong in calculations and tactics compared to people of different generation who had a different way of calculating things. Now it's much easier for a youngster to get engine like accuracy in their play, but of course the positional sense does make a difference. And let's see,
So,
that was a game.
so this position on the board is what we reached after the d3 line in Asubaeva versus Harika game. But here, that's because she allowed bishop b4 check, and that's why Praveenji mentioned that probably short castle is a better move. It does not allow all these complications, but instead it allows knight c6, and black need not commit with c5 and can play e5 directly.
Yes, knight c6 is the most accurate move here because if you play c5, then you're a tempo down in systems where it's a Benoni defense. So Benoni reverse. So that means white gets one extra tempo, and Humpy correctly plays knight c6. There's a lot of interesting theory about this. In fact, Boleslavsky has written many articles saying that how the c5 square is better left vacant so that eventually the black knight on f6 occupies that knight d7 and knight c5. As long as you're covering the d4 and e5 squares, then it's a good positional advantage because you don't have the pawn on c5, so your bishop is bit free, and knight on c5 can be deadly because it could support the natural pawn structural break and e4 in this position. The natural break in Benoni for white is e5 break, and here for black it's a e4 break, that is pawn break, that breakthrough that is important, and knight c5 facilitates that. So it's going to be a challenge for both sides, because if should black get knight d7, knight c5 and e5 and comfortable position in the center, white would have to struggle even for equality. And normally the extra tempo means quick attack against this, and the d3, e3 and quick rook e1 and exchange of few pieces. If knight on f3 gets exchanged with knight on c6 is always good for white in this structure, or if bishop g5 and bishop into f6, always good for white. So there are some of the things which apply to Benoni do apply here as well, because it's simply reverse Benoni.
Wow, these are some wonderful plans that Praveenji has showed for both the sides in this position in order to play. I think anyone can watch this stream and learn to play this structure from either side by the insight you have provided. So, and also there are some ideas after this knight gets exchanged with this one. This other knight on f6 comes from g4 to e5 and occupying the central square. So, various ideas for both sides. Another plan, of course, is a3 b4 expansion on the queen side and develop the bishop from b2 and pressurizing d4 even further. So, black usually plays a5 in reply to a3 and not allow white to play b4 so easily.
Yes, the basic idea of Benoni was goes back to 190 years, and there's a game in the 1830s where the control of c5 square decides. If white is able to control c5 square, black is invariably in a bad position, and that's why white never allows black never allows b4 and c5 quickly. And it's even more so when there's no pawn on c7. But yes, c5, the control of c5 square and e5 square and d4 square, that's the crucial part of this. Whoever controls that will have an advantage. White controlling c5 is always a big advantage for white.
Wow, wonderful roundup there. And white is still thinking, so we will come back to this game later. It's a great roundup we have, and we can expect play in the center and on the queen side. Let's move on to the other games that are happening. Maybe we can have a look at the Indian challenge.
Yes.
Vaishali versus Harika, a fan favorite game. I'm sure there are fans rooting for both the sides in this game.
They also have fantastic result. They've had 17 resulting games in different time controls. Vaishali winning 9 and Harika winning 8. And they've played only French defense and Petrov defense so far. So Vaishali has always played e4 against Harika so far, and it has been mostly French and sometimes Petrov. So they had very interesting positions in French defense before.
Wow. So in this game, Vaishali opened with e4. Harika, a very tough opponent to prepare against, as we've been mentioning, because she has such a wide repertoire. E4 was replied to with e5 this time. Knight f3, knight c6.
So
So
no Petrov.
no Petrov, no French, and bishop b5. Uh, Petrov would be after knight f6 here for our viewers, and French would be after e6. This is the French defense, and after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, a standard development, and bishop b5 going for the Royal Lopez or Spanish variation, and a6, bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, and Harika goes for the open Spanish variation with knight into e4 here.
Yes, I think this was the original idea was by Paul Morphy about 170 or 170 years back. And some modern strategists don't accept this idea because black has a lot of weaknesses. In fact, the Soviet school doesn't accept this as a sound opening, and the only Russians who basically played this are sometimes Korsunoy and Examov and few, but generally it's considered to be a somewhat a weak opening with more or less depending on a tactical chances rather than a sound positional base. Black will have more activity, black will probably have more space, and fundamentally black will be weaker. So let's see how the things cope up.
Nowadays, it's quite popular with the advent of engines, and we saw a top level game played out between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana
Correct.
Fabiano. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. In the candidates, and Hikaru actually won that game, but it was a very interesting game for both sides.
It was one of my favorites openings once because it awards simple drawing possibilities.
I'm just laughing over the Caruana goof up.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think. Well, our viewers are intelligent enough to understand. They'll pardon us for the small mistakes we commit.
D4 followed by B5. This is a theoretical position. Bishop B3. Let me just explain here. ED4 would be a huge blunder because of rook E1, and the knight is sort of trapped
Yeah.
because of the pin on the E file.
And the famous Capablanca Nimzovich game: D5, knight into D4, bishop D6, knight into C6. And since black is in a bad way, bishop H2 check. Playing for a draw. Pawn into
This
C6
would
loses. So bishop into H2 check was played. And if king into H2, then black gets a perpetual check with queen H4 check and queen F2 check. So Capablanca played king H1.
Oh
So
wow.
Capablanca queen king H1, and Nimzovich played queen H4, and then rook into E4 check, because black is threatening
Knight F.
checkmate. No, knight
No,
is pinned,
knight
but
is pinned,
yeah,
but
bishop
bishop
G3
G3.
check. So rook E4 check, and pawn into E4, and queen D8 check, and queen into queen, knight into queen check, king into D8, king into H2, and white is slightly better. Capablanca won this game, all when there were no engines. You can imagine it's an over the board game, and what sort of tactical strength they had. Probably is evident. A very interesting pawn structure. I played this structure twice with white and won both the games because my opponents tried. They were hoping that I didn't know Capablanca's game, but I've seen all classics generally.
They've completely misjudged you, I think.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm really good at is as knowledge of classics.
Apart from so many other things, but these streams are a real treat for us, to see your wide knowledge base of the classics, of the wonderful stories, and it's almost like reading a book.
Thank you so much. Actually, in fact, there's one interesting game for which viewers will love. Why b5? We'll go back to the position where black played b5. As Morphy pointed out, after instead of b5, direct d5 and knight into e5, and now b5 cannot be played. So bishop d7. Yeah, so bishop d7, and then knight into f7, and
Wow.
king into f7. Queen, I think queen h5 check probably. Yeah, that's the variation. And king e6, rook e1, I think, or something of that sort. No, I think king e6, knight c3, knight into knight, rook e1 check, and something like this, and rook into e4 check. A brilliant mate took place in one of the games, and knight e4, rook into e4 check, and mate took place after bb3 check.
Wow, wonderful. Queen c5 is
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
Queen
Also,
c5 is a
queen
better
d,
check.
queen, yeah, queen c5 is immediate. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a very sharp variation, but of course, the players which are they are playing at this level, they know all this theory. So, but yes, but viewers, if you're playing this variation with black, if you're impressed with this strong center, strong knight in the center, then you have to be careful. You must unpin your knight b5 first and then d5. Otherwise, the game could end in opponent's favor very soon.
Wow, wonderful. So b5 played here, which is sort of forced in this opening. After bishop b3, black plays d5, securing the knight on e4 and not taking on ed instead. So that white is forced to take the e pawn. And oh, she took knight e5 here, not d e5. Because
Yeah.
d e5 is the main move in this
Yes,
position.
95 doesn't offer anything, because in this position the only problem black has is how to get c5 and d4, c5 and c4, or c5 and d4, and the knight on c6 is awkward. Knight any piece in front of a pawn hampers the advance of that, and the presence of knight on c6 is required because black is required to play bishop e6 here. In Taraj versus Tuban has played knight e7 here, realizing the problem but lost the game quickly, because after a4 there is a lot of trouble, I think, in this position. But the idea was correct. He was wanting to play c5 quickly. So bishop e6 became a main move. Dr. Taraj played it himself many times, and Taraj had fantastic result with bishop e6, the main move. But knight into e5 is supposed to be bad because no, not so, I mean, doesn't give black real problems, because black is ready to play c5 quicker.
Right.
Perhaps,
Because
perhaps I didn't expect this. That's the reason you try to simplify. But this position, I think, objectively, there is no advantage to white at the moment. And bishop e6.
right. So it's important to know which pieces to keep and which to exchange in every opening, in every middle game, especially because here, as you explained, we now understand why the knight on c6 is a bad piece, because it prevents black's own ideas with c5 and d4. So it's useful to keep it alive rather than exchange it.
Yeah, for white it's useful to keep it, and white does exchange it. So, well, of course, there are some ideas. Bishop e6 is standard. The idea could be try to trap the knight, which will never work because of bishop c5 check. So, knight d2 probably has to be played, and yeah, I'm sure this line is also there's such a line, but yes, I think it's comfortable. We must go back to a famous game by Dr. Tarash in this bishop e6 position, where I forgot the name of the opponent, but uh, white played knight c3 here. It was a big mistake because after knight into c3, pawn into c3, according to Tarash, black is already winning c5, threatening to trap the bishop, and a4 and c4, and the bishop never came in game. So in
Oh,
effect,
what a
and
pity.
white could never play AB also because black would double in the A file. So as you see, one mistake in the opening, if it's of such a grave nature, compromising pawn structure and piece position, bishop on B3 is good attacking piece, but it should have a liberty to play to move to C2 with C3, and that liberty was taken away when white played knight C3. So knight BD2 is a logical move. I
Wow.
think Walbert versus Taraj this one.
So bishop e6 was not played, but black played c6 here, not bishop e6.
Okay, so I'm trying to grasp the idea. Perhaps bishop e6 may not be the best move here because, but f5, f4 was not coming. I'm not sure of this theory and modern theory. Certainly not. I never played. Nobody played knight into e5 with me, so probably I had to think. But I think white probably does not have any advantage. It's going to be a game between these two rather than the theoretical battle. I think it's probably end of theoretical battle with regard to this game. What's the time position, please, Soumya?
Yes, I think Harika is playing very fast and so is Vaishali. Both of them are on 1 hour 30 minutes. 1 hour
Okay.
31 for Vaishali actually.
So knight into e5 was also instant.
Yes, it was quite instant. Let's check how much time she took for this move. She took 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, so perhaps most of the time she has taken for this.
Yes,
So okay, probably she prepared this and as a sort of alternative to the main mood e5.
absolutely. And here bishop e6 also exists as you mentioned, and c6 is nowadays more popular.
Mhm.
So c6 is was played in this game, and after knight d2 a standard idea to exchange this knight, which is a well placed knight for now. And by the way, as Praveenji mentioned, here also f3 is impossible because of bishop c5 check followed by knight f2 or queen h. Oh yeah, sorry, knight f2 actually, because knight is hanging, so we don't have time to play queen h4. So yes, and this would be winning for black. So that's why knight d2 was played. Black plays knight into d2, not knight c5, which is another option. But then I I think the problem is that white comes knight f3.
Yes, I think I'm not sure if knight is. I mean, the b3 bishop is better than that knight because b3 will need some time to be so to activate itself. C3 and bishop c2 will be required. So perhaps it's better to exchange the knight for knight. I don't know. It must be a theoretical position as well, but knight into d2.
Yes, there have been some games. For example, Hikaru Nakamura versus Shahryar Mamedov was played in 2021. So, and there is a game by Ganguly against Setu in 2018, which white won actually.
Okay, so if you look at the strategy of the position, if white gets f4 and f5, white will be in a powerful position. It's very difficult to get f4, f5 because black bishop will be on f5 and white bishop will take some time to challenge it. And it doesn't seem very. I mean, I can't think of a great strategic plan for white. So if the game was won, probably it was won because of brilliant play by white subsequently. At the moment, it seems that black is perfectly uh, fine. Black perhaps doesn't know where to put the bishop or the f8 bishop, e7 or c5. That's the confusing question.
Sorry, it's
Yeah, I think we'll go back to the game. Yeah.
yes, and black has a choice between bishop c5 and bishop e7 as you mentioned, and black played bishop e7 here. So more keeping the position together. By the way, Harika here is not completely, like, we can't say she's in her preparation because she has taken some time. She's down to 1 hour 26 minutes. So she's not blitzing out the moves.
Yes, perhaps knight d2 wasn't. I mean, knight d2 so looks like the only move. A4 could be an option there, but yeah. So yes, perhaps we didn't study d into e5 all that well. One can say.
Knight
Uh,
into e5.
yeah, sorry, knight into e5, and although in the final position, bishop c5 was also a good alternative. C6 here, c6 and knight d2 and take, and bishop c5 had an advantage of castle and f6 break quickly.
Oh, wow,
Yeah,
nice.
because now that white knight is not guarding that,
Okay,
so,
let's say queen e2.
and
For ex
castles, and at least I'm intending to play f6 quickly.
maybe c3 is a better
C3
move.
and castles,
Castle,
and
bishop
if bishop
c2.
c2, then I just play f6. If queen h5 is not working, again if f6 queen h5 works, then I don't know. So I don't think queen h5 should win generally the piece sacrifice, but
Which one?
queen h5 g6 bishop into g6.
But then this should be much better, no?
Yeah, but only 2 pawns, and rook a7 is a possibility to defend. I was not sure of this position because if black gets rook a7 and rook g7 or h7, this must have been analyzed somewhere, I think. But yeah, generally white can make a draw immediately, which cannot happen in this tournament. And if black gets rook a7, I don't think there is any big chance for white to win this position. But yes, if white doesn't play queen h5, I think black is preferable. So perhaps this could also be here if after f6, if yes, if after f6, if white doesn't
White
go queen
plays
h5, yeah.
queen e2, f2 is hanging, so.
Yes, so I think black
But
is,
then rook
yeah,
e8.
or even, yeah, and ef6 queen f6. I think black is already preferable here. So, and the queen side majority is going to be great. The advantage in this structure is if black is able to exchange the queen side, four queen side pawns with three kings queen side pawns, even then most of the endings, the pawn down can be drawn, and the good endgame players actually are able to win this type of position very easily. So although the position may not be basically better, but eventually black has a comfortable position. Instead of f6, queen h4 was also a possibility, I think, creating some weaknesses, and bishop g4 to come. So I think bishop c5 was probably a more active choice. Will not go to the better and worse, because players are very strong and they make their choice depending on their styles. And bishop c5, although it doesn't allow c5 to be played, but the time you played c6, you decided to put bishop on c5 perhaps, and queen h4 and f6 break, and bishop to g4 as possibilities. So bishop e7 was, I think, a non-committal move. I think makes things a bit easier for white. I think c3 looks logical, and castles bishop c2, and perhaps she wants to play. She can't play f6 then. So yeah, c3 looks
Sorry.
logical.
Here white is to move, so we
Yeah,
will have a look.
yeah, c3 probably she wants to play bishop f5 first, castles then bishop c2, and there could be some problems. So bishop f5 first, and I think black is just ready to play castles queen d7, and then perhaps f6.
Wow.
This looks fine.
Yeah, I think bishop f5 is a very accurate move. Maybe even in the bishop c5 line we can play bishop f5.
Yes, actually, yeah, probably possible.
And keeping this bishop on f5 is very important. So maybe it's important to start with queen f3, and that's what she's thinking about here, preventing.
Oh yes, profile, because if black played g6 and bishop f5, black wouldn't be happy.
Yes. So maybe she'll play castle with the idea to play f6, and then we play c3,
Yeah,
f6.
yeah, but now it's getting a bit complex because pawn into pawn, and
But now, luckily for white, the bishop is not on c5. Had the bishop been on
yeah,
c5 in this position, it would have had it would be very awkward with the pawn on f2 being attacked constantly. But after rook f6, we can. I think we can go back here, or can we play queen
yeah,
h5?
e2 looks okay, but black gets bishop f5 anyway. So I think white will probably aim at prevent. Also, is bishop g5 a threat? No. So preventing. Yeah, bishop g5 rook a6. So nothing much. Here the endgames can be very dangerous for white. So I think this activity against the black king, that's important. Let's see how the game goes. But a very balanced position, and the pawn structure is not symmetrical, so very likely result of the game, very likely possibility that the game will not end in a draw. Somebody could positionally or tactically outplay. It's a good choice of openings for both because they both want to qualify to the World Championship cycle, and they're going to give, I think, the best in these last 5 rounds. First 6 rounds had been comparatively easier, and now the competition is increasing continuously.
Absolutely. So let's go to another game. Katrina Lano is playing Nana Zagnidze with the black pieces. Let's have a look at that game at the moment. And what have been the scores between the
Yes, they
two
have played
players?
23. They have played so many games I couldn't count, but there were 23 games with the same color. With the Gazizzi playing, Nana playing, Lano, uh, 23 times in the same position of white and black. And Gazik, I don't, is D silent here?
Yes, Zagnidze.
Zagnidze has won only 5 games, and Katrina Lano has won 10 games in this. And most of the games have been only one Italian. Generally, they're all irregular queen pawns.
You mean there have been 23 games where Nana has been white against Lano?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
And the number of games, generally, I couldn't count. There are more than 50 probably, but 23 games with the same color. Probably during the COVID time, there are a lot of blitz games and other games. But yes, and Lano is fantastic. In fact, I noticed that Lano has the plus score against almost every player in this tournament. I mean, so far I saw she had a fantastic record,
Yeah, she's a great player, and
undoubtedly.
I also remember that she won the Women's World Cup, or I think finished second probably. She finished second in the Women's World Cup after just giving birth to her child in maybe in a month. She played the World Cup within a month, and she came second in the very grueling knockout Women's World Championship.
Okay.
So this was a few years ago, and so she has great character, no doubt, and complete fighter as they call them. And Nana here opened with the d4 opening. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5. So Catalan opening, we saw this opening in I think Goryachkina's game.
Yes,
We
in
saw
one
it
of
in
the
a
games,
few.
it was played in one of the games, and it was a very interesting game. EFI has some advantages but also some disadvantages because of the queen side wicket. I think Bibisara's game, perhaps she played
Yes.
c6, and yes, I think that's the only game she lost. Yes, she
Yes.
played quite passively c6 and b5. No,
b5.
she actually ended up winning the game. No, subsequent. No.
No, she lost
Okay,
the
but she
game with c6,
ah
b5, rook a6 against
yes,
Goryachkina with
yes.
black
The the pawn was
third
lost, and yeah, correct. Knight
in
into
the
b5.
fourth
Yeah.
round.
Yes.
Yes.
So obviously some improvement will take place because that wasn't a well played game by Black. So Black is repeating this, which means Lano has found some uh, good improvement, probably something which will equalize easily. White does have some advantage in both e4 e5 and d4 d5 openings for first 10 moves, and then it eventually depends on how the Black plays, and then
Sorry.
game comes to almost equality subsequently.
By the way, a5 was replied to with bishop g2, short castle, queen c2, c5 on the board, dc, and okay, there is no need to take pawn into pawn here, but what else to do? Yes, because
Bishop g
white is going to take
yeah. Hmm.
and take on c4 also probably.
Bishop g5 was too artificial, trying to trap the bishop with a3 because black creates a square with cd4, and it's not really much is happening.
So the other option here is to take on d5, which is more
Mhm.
popular,
Yeah.
and I think here black takes c into d4 first,
Okay, so gambit d into uh,
because we support our d pawn after
yeah,
white takes on e6 with the queen. So bishop e6, and this is all right.
and it will be too ambitious to play knight e5 because you haven't developed, you haven't
Sorry.
castled. So surely well prepared line. I think Lano is very good in preparation. D6 probably is not the best move.
So usually white takes knight d4 and black here actually can also take on d5 with the knight or the pawn, but she plays queen b6 here. This is usually the theory, and E3 followed by ED5 or knight D5. ED5 is more popular.
Yes, I think the purpose of queen b6 is to provoke e3, which will weaken the d3 and f3 squares, and that then it's more logical to play the um, isolated pawn structure where the c8 bishop is likely to put more pressure on g4, and black probably intends to put a knight on e5 and bishop at g4 and trying to exploit the d3. Because queen on c2 is very awkwardly placed, and white will have to do something quickly. So I think its position is good for black. Black is okay. Means black has solved the opening problems, we can say.
No, actually, this was not the game.
Mm.
She did not take CD5,
Ah,
which is the most popular
okay,
move.
okay,
White played D into C5.
okay.
So this is the another possibility here, and black can actually play D4 here. So yes, she does play D4. So that's the issue with DC5 usually, that
Yes, I think black is now preferable. I think because you get more space, and white perhaps may have to play something like knight e5 quickly because knight on c6 is very strong piece, and we are actually going to get a Benoni structure where I mean black has a strong pawn on d4, reverse Benoni, and black will have more space after e5, knight c6, e5, a comfortable position, and a5 probably is a useful move in this structure because white's plan is to play a3 and b4, so not particularly ambitious dc5. So after d4, bishop into b4.
yeah, D4 was followed up with bishop B4, A B4, knight D2. So she did not play knight E5 but knight D2.
Yes, she wants to save that pawn on c5 for some time. I mean, she's planning to win a pawn, knight b3 and perhaps queen d2. She has given up center, so in return she wants to win some of the pawns, perhaps, or save the c5 pawn.
Uh, Black played knight C6
Hmm.
intending E5, and now knight E5 is
Hmm.
impossible. So short castle E5. Black is completely fine.
Yes, knight b3 probably runs into e4. No, it will be very complex to play, and if yeah, if, no, if black gets back the pawn, I think black is better. So white has to do something about not losing back that pawn. Something has to be seen, perhaps knight g5 or something, and trying to make use of e4 square to land at d6, and if knight on f6 moves, then perhaps bishop could go to d5. At the moment, knight on f6 can't move because of a checkmate on h7, but after h6, say knight e4, and it remains to be seen if white is able to jump knight d6, white will be better. So um, it's a sharp variation. We have to see, they must have calculated something. I'm sure it's bit out of opening for them already. What's the time position?
No, actually Nana has been using up a lot of time in this tournament. In the opening, she's down to 1 hour 14 minutes, with Lano having 1 hour 22 minutes. But there have been games in this position, so it is possible that Nana is just deciding whether to go knight g5 or not, and she has an idea about this position.
Yeah, no, so obviously she will have the idea, but generally you are normally you have three four ideas and you don't know which one is the best, and then you choose it on this on a specific thing, something that Kasparov wouldn't do, because leaving it at leaving the choice during the game, I think it depends on how you are on that particular day. If you look at Kasparov's games, he always played the known positions as one of the greatest masters of opening, just in style of Alekhine. They always uh, decided which position to play in advance. So that was, I think, an important, sort of important thing. Kasparov taught the world the opening preparation and the accuracy and the knowledge, the opening knowledge, and rather the clear-cut idea that against this I play this. That sort of approach is what Kasparov taught the world.
It's also useful, right? Because chess is all about decision making, and decision making does take energy
And time.
and time. I mean, even deciding what to wear takes energy. So, Mark Zuckerberg, for example, usually wears the same kind of shirts, or Steve Jobs famously used to wear the same polo neck gray t-shirt for work every day, so that he doesn't have to spend time taking these small decisions, and will save his energy and mind space, and be able to utilize more of it in his work, which requires which is this priority. I mean, many chess players, for example, they decide which shirt to wear on which day beforehand during the in the start of the tournament itself, so that they
Okay.
save their time in
Okay.
energy. So opening preparation is also about that, right? Like you save your time and
Yes,
energy.
very important because if you have made your decision of playing a particular opening, then the decision making time is saved. So you get actually a lot of time to execute what you want to do. And if you aren't sure at that time, it's always better to take some time at home to decide so that you save the time in the clock on the clock in the actual tournament. So I think the standard position, although white has an extra pawn, but I think if black is able to get back that pawn, uh, black should be better. So not a very great opening, I thought, for white. I mean, Nana has not played very sharp openings here, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Generally,
wouldn't say that opening preparation is her strength, and it's more of like middle game and positionally she's able to, like, she has a very good strategic understanding, sorry, and I think that is her main strength in chess.
and I think Lano's sort of minute accuracy about understanding the positions. I mean, her opening choice is very well known to her. I just noticed it. I think she is quite clear of what to do in her position. So strategic understanding is fine, but she knows what to do. So probably she has a clear-cut idea of what to do, and White perhaps has to find out because it's not very. I mean, it's not that they have played a lot of games in this. Perhaps first or second or third game in this, and it's going to be a very interesting game. And since both the players are strategically very strong, they know that they have to play. But again, black pawn on b4 is very useful because white's standard a3 and b4 break is not going to be easy. If there is no knight on c6 and no knight on say d2 or f3, then perhaps the bishop on g2 becomes very strong and there's a chance of a3 and playing against on the queen side. But knight on c6 restricts a lot of things, and I think I personally prefer this position with black. And I think it's going to be a good strategic game with accuracy of the moves decided by tactics, but overall the plan um, probably that black tries to put a knight on c5 and then push e4. Uh, Succeeding that, black will be in a almost winning position, and white, perhaps white is able to break a3 and capture with a piece. Then there could be some counter attack. Getting a pawn on a3 doesn't really mean anything. So it's going to be a tougher uh, choice of moves for white because white is not able to advance the queenside majority. The knight on c5 and the two queenside pawns will block the three pawns. So the c4, b2 and a2 pawns will be blocked by a pawn on b4 and pawn on b7, and black's five pawns against the four, d4, e5, they are free to move. So black is able to get d4 and e4 and then perhaps a passed pawn with d3 or some kingside attack with e3. So black will have it easy play with regard to what is to be done strategically. Again, that absence of bishop also rules out many times knight g5, which comes after the knight has moved from f6 because it's often supported with bishop c1. Here, of course, is the knight on d2, but even that knight g5 is not likely to come once black gets knight d7. So somehow, I think a comfortable play and a very successful opening for Lano, I must say. And then is still probably finding out a plan.
Yes, wonderfully summarized there. So we will come back to this game after having a look at the last game that remains to be seen. Nino versus Alexandra Goryachkina. Nino Batsiashvili playing with the white pieces. She opens with d4 against Goryachkina. And what is the score generally?
Yes, they had played only 13 games, and Batsiashvili has won only 2, and Goryachkina has won 4. And they have played generally queen pawn openings, reverse London system, Slavs, where first move d4 is not at all surprising, and probably it will be followed up with d5 in general, because haven't been any games with Goryachkina playing Indian defenses with knight f6. As you can see, she has played on the first move itself, d5.
So Goryachkina plays d5, knight c3 played.
Yes, irregular queen pawn, as I said, very common in their. Yeah, and black has replied c5 in their games earlier.
Wow, knight c3, a very unusual move. Okay, let's see. The top choice here is c4.
Of course,
The
yeah.
second choice is knight f3. The third choice is bishop f4. The fourth choice is bishop to g5. and knight c3 is like the fifth choice. And also only in our base there are only around 2000 games played after knight c3.
In fact, it's a strategically inadequate move, and only engines have made it possible with some sacrifices and tactics. This move is considered to be bad because it doesn't attack like in e4, e5. It's common to play knight f3 because it attacks e5 pawn. Here, since the d5 pawn is guarded with the queen, knight c3 doesn't serve a purpose, and the more logical play is to play c4 first and then play knight c3. So the knight is well placed here now. Black is likely to get a formidable center because black will play c5 immediately, and black will have some upper hand after c5. The result, if you see, black generally gets a very comfortable position after c5. I must say that after knight c3, it's already black is little preferred, but they played a lot of games in this.
Also, we must say that after knight c3, Goryachkina has replied with the move c6, and she thought for about 5 minutes to go for c6 here. So, it is possible that Nino played knight c3 in one of their blitz games and not, a classical game. And knight c3 not something which you easily expect from your opponent with the black pieces. So, Goryachkina out of book after the second move, we can say.
Yeah, and I didn't know that she was a Karakan defense player because if white plays e4 here, then it becomes a Karakan defense. So I didn't know that Goryachkina played Karakan defense. But if she did, and if but she has really never played e4 with white, then this is a choice that can be ruled out because unless you have played with white sometime, you will e4 with white sometime, you will never play e4 here, which means that it's the standard Karakan, but it's not the only way. c6 somehow is not the most ambitious move, and black just wants to play bishop f5 and e6 and this type of setup. Black will have a comfortable game, but something beyond comfort more than that might have been possible with the most principled c5. But black seems to be okay. White's opening choice, why it's not the top four choices among top four choices, is that it doesn't pose any problems to black in any type of setup.
But let's see how Nino has continued. She has continued very aggressively. So she plays bishop f4 first.
Mhm.
And after bishop f5, she plays f3, making her intentions very clear. She wants to go for e4 or g4, whatever is allowed. So e6 played, e4
Okay.
standard. I wonder why black did not go for knight f6, and I think the only reason could be because she does not like g4, bishop g6, and h4.
Yes, and here I think h6 is not h6 or h5. H5 has some uh, more dangerous weakening taking place, but h6 also white goes something h5 followed by e3 or direct e3 and then bishop d3, and black has some issues in castling. White is quickly going to castle long, and with bishop on f4, black is not very comfortable in castling on the queen side as well. Where to put the pieces? Queen must be on b6, then knight on d7, and then what do you do with your f8 bishop? So g4 is a logical plan if you are playing this opening. Then I think this g4, h4, e3, bishop d3, because you also get a tempo. Perhaps h5 is not a good move because when you play bd3, you actually get a tempo. Your opponent must take bd3, queen d3, and then you are ready to long castle, and you eventually get e4. When you get e4, you have a powerful center, you have completed your development, and black doesn't know where to put the pieces.
Now, so black played e6 now,
Hmm.
not caring about e4. So white replies e4, bishop g6, and white plays knight to h3. And look at the amount of time both players have consumed: 1 hour 24 minutes for white and 1 hour 14 minutes for black. So Nino definitely happy with her opening choice as long as there are no blunders, because she has caught Goryachkina off her preparation.
Yes. The advantage of not playing knight f6 is black can play bishop d6 here if black wants, and which couldn't have been done with knight on f6 because there would be a pawn fork, which means that with knight f6 and knight bd7, there's a permanent problem of f8 bishop, developing the f8 bishop. Now she can get rid of opponent's bishop with bishop d6, and it's a possibility. And seems okay, bishop b4 is also a possibility, or queen b6, where you want to queen b6, probably queen d2, is a option, and you can't play queen into b2 because of rook b1 and rook b7. So probably it's still, yeah, queen b2 is a bad move. So I think black is in a bad way now after,
Even
yeah,
ED5 and knight
opening up the position first. You must play e5, and now after rook b7, a quick check in e line is also likely to come. So even direct queen e3 check also probably. So no, queen b2 is a move which is not likely. So queen b6 doesn't make much sense. Queen a5 or bb4 do to some extent, that bb4 attacks the e4 pawn immediately. So if white plays bd3, you play queen f5, try to put pressure. But if it's opening preparation, then white can perhaps come back bishop d2 and then get knight to f4 and pawn to. Somehow it seems that white is likely to be more flexible because of the uh, more center control, because more space. White has flexibility, and in case of pin, coming back bishop d2 and knight f4
uh,
is another way of. I mean, after you support e4, but when you support e4, there is d into e4 possible. So again, we don't know if you have to take bishop into e4, you will not like it. So bb4 probably should be played compared to bd6.
yeah, that's why she played knight to h3, so that for bishop b4, which was played on the board, she wanted to go knight to f2. That was her idea, supporting the e4 pawn and not having to play a move like bishop d2, which allows take and queen d4.
Yes. So knight h3 and knight f2. So at the moment, bishop on f5, bishop on g6 is safe, but because knight comes to f2, then no danger of knight f4.
I wonder if it was possible to first play h4 here with the idea to play h5 and then play knight h3, but then queen h4 is hanging, right? So this is the reason she goes, for example, knight h3 here would run into queen h4. These are like just a free pawn, and black goes back after g3. So that's why she doesn't go for h4 first, but knight h3, bishop b4, knight f2 was played. Black played knight f6, attacking e4 once again. White played e5.
Yes, because again, bishop d3 is not possible due to d into e4.
Was it possible to take first and then play knight f6? I wonder.
Yeah, but then probably queen, yeah, it's still possible because queen d3 looks a bit awkward. But yeah, I think delaying knight f6 was a good plan. Generally, this f3 and e4 is not a very great plan, but de4, yes, I think you're creating a target, and you're very safe as black because white knight is not on f3. When white knight is on f3, knight e5 is hovering around, and the bishop on g6 is often into trouble. So knight on f2, I don't know if white should be trying to be so defensive in order to maintain the center. So perhaps it looks very comfortable for black. Black could be playing c5 also quickly, and if queen d3 has to be played, it's very awkward. Queen f3 was not possible because of queen into d4, and bd3 was not possible because of queen into d4, and e5 would have been awkward after de4 fe4. So perhaps de4 was a better choice. Your move was um, probably stronger.
Yeah, it looks very awkward for white now after d4, but black played knight f6, which allows e5, and after this, white achieves this pawn structure without giving up the d5 square for the knight. I think white is okay, even though she will still have problems with c5 to deal with.
Generally, with bishop on b4, c5 is not the issue because you would start with a3, and then if bishop e7, then you know your opponent is trying to play c5. Now the problem in white's pawn structure is that when c5 is played, if you have played f4 and knight f3, then at least you have a piece on d4 in the way Stinitz and Alekhine have demonstrated some great games. But now it's not going to be easy. And bishop on f4, I think in this pawn structure, perhaps that's the reason why Lagno played this, because bishop on f4 and knight on f2 and pawn on f3 are not consistent with this pawn structure with e5 advance. So as a result, I think it's a great choice, but de4 was a sharper choice. Knight f6 direct is a slower choice, and I still feel that white hasn't really achieved much from the opening. A strange knight on c3 exists, which has no future in general. And after black plays knight d7 and c5 to come, and with bishop on g6, these positions can be very dangerous. The c2 pawn and c3 squares come into come under fire, and eventually white may have to exchange bishop d3, which means that quite a lot of weakness on the white squares. So something like one important lesson which holds true is what Fidedor said, that if you have bishop on a, I'll speak in a different language, not in the algebraic language, but the notation. If your bishop is on a knight one rook 7 diagonal, if your opponent's bishop is on a knight one rook 7 diagonal, that's b1 h7, or knight 1 rook 7 is g1 a7, or g1 a7 diagonal, then it's prudent to exchange with its counterpart. So
Oh.
bd3 or be3. Like in Geico piano, very often white plays be3 and black plays be6, and similarly here bd3. If you go back to Fieldor's wise words, then I think bd3 is standard. Again, the modern principles of Rubinstein and Nimzowitsch say that okay, eventually you could be saddled with a bad bishop because you are doing away with a good bishop. But the good bishop will explain what the good bishop and bad bishop is, Soumya.
Yes, basically a good bishop is one which is not blocked behind its own pawns, and a bad bishop is one which is. So let's say black's pawn structure is b7, c6, d5, e6, f7. Now the b4 b4 bishop is certainly a good bishop because black's pawn structure is all on the light squares. On the other hand, the g6 bishop is also a good bishop in this position.
Technically, it's a bad bishop, but it's a good piece.
Yeah, technically it's a bad bishop, but it's a good piece in the middle game, especially
Yes.
because it's out of the pawn structure. So this b4 bishop, we have no doubt, is a great bishop, but the g6 bishop, because it is out, is also at the moment not a bad bishop.
Yes, it's a bad bishop is a specific term. So under that term, it's a bad bishop. There are specific lessons in Soviet school where they explain a bad piece, bad figure, as they would call it, and bad bishop or bad knight. So sometimes a bad bishop is good to defend. Like bad bishop in King's Indian defense is a very good defensive piece, and so on. So bad piece, and that's a different concept. But black is, I think, very comfortable here, and with no weaknesses and no targets and no clear-cut plan for white. You can compare this with Karakan advance actually, and white's pieces are very shabbily placed, unfortunately placed compared to the regular Karakan advance variation. If you look at the Karakan advance, it's very much that type, and white's piece structure is a bit awkward. So e5 and bishop f5. And here white has freedom to develop the knight on b1 at right square and the knight on g1 at right square, and knight on f3 is developed generally, or knight e2 and g3, sometimes knight on d2. So compared to that, if we go to this game, white's pieces are very awkwardly placed. They aren't placed in harmony with the pawn structure. Pieces must be placed in harmony with the pawn structure, because pawns are soul of the game. If you're looking at the entire force of the body, then pawns are we would say that it's a bone structure, and the pieces are, we can take it as muscles who are supported by the bone structure. So somehow the pieces in the actual game do not, in the game which we are seeing, somehow white pieces are not justifying this particular pawn structure.
Very well put there, sir. And it seems like yes, white. If white's pawn would have been on f4, even then the e4 square would be weak. So it's important that we first probably exchange this bishop. So knight of d7. I really like what white has done. h4 has been played, provoking h5 or h6. Some weakness in the king's side. And after h6, h5 was played. Bishop h7, and here I thought maybe white would go bishop d3, but she goes rook h3, which is surprising. c5 has been played, and now maybe we can expect a move like a3 because I don't
Yes,
see.
a3 and bishop a5, perhaps rook g3 or something, or it's, yeah,
Should we also take?
dc5, bishop into c3 check. Yes, sometimes ugly pawn structure is good because if the bishops get opened up. So again, yeah, we can see a3, bishop a5, dc5, bishop into c3 check. White is left with ugly pawn structure, but white has two bishops and the open file rook b1 and a target on b7. Although it doesn't look very likely. Black seems to be comfortable. Yes, rook h3 has a plan of rook g3, which is not immediately easy to achieve. Also, sometimes black will get queen h4. So, rook h3 is more or less a preparatory move. Then it could have been delayed a bit, in my opinion. And c5.
And a more useful move could have been made, like maybe queen d2 could have been useful.
Or even a3 in advance. I mean, yeah, but a3 she could go bishop e7 back, and
Is queen d2 a good move here?
yeah, queen d2 walking into pin, but
And
doesn't
the
really
idea
matter.
that
Yeah,
a3.
and here bishop a5, you can take dc5, so you could be a pawn up in this. Although there is a lot of counter plays, knight into c5 is not possible
Because
because of uh,
e5 would be weak.
yeah, e5 would be weak. But yes, at least knight c6 and b4, bishop c7, you lose back the e5 pawn. And now again, knight on f3 would have made a lot of difference. Had the knight on f3 and pawn on f2, I mean, it had been a different structure. White was in a good position, I must say. A Nimzovich-like structure. Williamson, it like use a knight d4 square. Now, although there are d4 outpost, there is no good move. Of course, after b4, white could try to get knight b5, knight d6. But all was possible if she had played queen d2, and she has not played queen d2. So, rook h3, I'm not sure if she is in a good position after c5. I mean, white has not got any advantage for sure.
Yes, we will see how this game pans out. Let's also now, so let's summarize this game before we move on to um, uh, Nana's game against Lano. We feel that this game is completely like unusual, the structure for white, and also there are some typical um, black pawn structure is typical to the advanced pawn Caro-Kann with the bishop being out, and it could be possible to exchange the light.
Let's go to Nana versus Lano, which was an interesting game for us as commentators. And White played knight to g5 in this position that
I
we
think
were
the only move
discussing,
probably, yeah, only sensible move.
and Black played h6, which is sort of forced. And White replies with knight to e4, which was the idea. And this is the position we have on the board. So, what do you think of this position?
Yeah, I think white seems to be on a correct path, because at least if knight lands at d6, there is some compensation for the bad position. And for bishop f5, I don't know what white would play, but white is at least trying to hang on to the pawn because white has given up the center. So in exchange, white should have something. In this pawn structure, very rarely f4 break is possible, but with e3 weakness, generally it's never possible. But so generally you have to see that she is going to try to save the c5 pawn. I think black gets the c5 pawn, black will be better. And with knight coming to d6, there's some counter play, because knight g5 and h6 and knight e4. You have one knight landing at d6 probably very soon. Taking the c8 bishop may not be a great achievement, but knight d6 could be very irritating. And white is, I think, okay here. Without knight g5, white would have been worse. But here, I think, was h6 really necessary? What was white threatening anything? I thought for knight g5, queen e7 was an option. No, but knight e4 again. Okay, so perhaps strange moves like queen a5. I think knight g5, queen a5 was a possibility perhaps, but looks artificial. So white has at the moment succeeded in maintaining the pawn on c5, extra pawn, losing which will result in a slightly better play for white. And white is, if white is able to maintain this pawn on c5, then white could be better. So now things will be decided on the sort of if white is able to maintain that pawn. White has taken big risk in the pawn structure, but she has succeeded in maintaining the extra pawn for some time.
Awesome. So we will come back to this game as well. Let's have a look at what Vaishali is doing against Harika. And before we go on to have a look at some player interviews that are ready for us. So we reached bishop we reached this position, and after knight takes, bishop takes, black played bishop e7, and here it was white to move when we left it. White played queen to h5, preventing bishop f5 and also threatening c3 and bishop c2, playing against short castle idea.
So I think your idea of queen f3, but with black compelled to play g6. So I think probably for g6 you will come back queen f3 and not queen h6 in my opinion. Queen h6 is perhaps possible,
Queen
but
h6
queen,
also
queen, yeah,
looks
queen
good.
h6, but bf8 and yeah,
Bishop
and bishop
g7.
g7.
But then bishop g5 stuff later.
Yeah, but
After
you don't have a good queen
queen.
move like g6, queen h6, bishop f8. Uh, you have to retreat the queen in the way of the bishop. So you can't get bishop g5 so easily. So bishop g7 and bishop b, queen e3 and bishop g7, bishop b4. It's going to, could be a strange game. Bishop b4. So now it's
a5 is
yeah, a5 traps the bishop. Otherwise it was very good, but a5, a4 wins the bishop. Otherwise it is strategically very strong for white. So
maybe
here
a4 here.
a4, yes, and threatening. So black can castle, then a b5. So a4 is an important tempo. If black castles, then a b5. So yes, and the d5 pawn is very loose. And if black guards the d5 pawn with instead of castles with some other moves, say bishop d7 or bishop e6, then bb4 is very strong. So queen h5 seems to be a good move. Is g6 necessary? Perhaps a strange move like queen d7. It's
Actually,
queen d7 and queen f5. I mean a sort of strange move, but I just want to put queen on f5 then, and queen f5 and queen g6. Not impossible. I played open variation, and sometimes you can play such strange moves.
you have played the open variation from black?
Yes, it was
Oh.
one of my weapons. Open Royal Lopez. I had very good results in this as black, and but I lost to Yubner in a very bad way. It was an interesting game, and Yubner was world number 3 at that time, and there was only once Open was the only opening I played, and then Yubner had a match with Korchnoi, so he was so well prepared in Royal Lopez Open, but I didn't play anything else, so I had to play this Open and get uh, crushed in a way from this. Great opponent. Subsequently, John then told me that yeah, I had some chance of equalizing in that. But as the thing stood, then I moved to other lines of e4, e5, and the uh, bishop e7 lines. But once upon a time, knight into e4 was my only weapon.
Wow, only weapon. And you seemed very critical of it when we began the stream, but you actually played it for so many years.
Yes, I played it in the late 70s and early 80s, and then I saw a game between a legendary Grandmaster Gaylor, who played against in his old age, and he played against Anand, young Anand, and Anand was in trouble because Gaylor is he was a great e4, e5 player, and the game ended in a draw, but Anand lost a pawn. Anand was very strong. He became grandmaster in a year or two. But then the first commentary, because when we went to analyze the game, then Gaylor said, knight into e4, you like this move? Is it a good move? I don't like this move. It's not a good move. So it made an impression on me. So then I looked at it, and no Soviet players except Korchnoi had played it. So I liked it, and I liked the activity of it. But the Soviet school didn't like it, and Geller was able to justify his comment because he was always getting into an advantageous position where Anand would say, yes, I have problems. The game didn't do that way because Anand was tactically very strong. So the game ended in a draw, but Anand actually lost a pawn. And with very accurate play, players have not equalized, players except Korchnoi have not equalized in this opening.
Wow.
And Tarash, of course. Tarash had a great result, but that was before Second World War.
So let's come back to the game after this wonderful history that we have learnt about the opening itself.
What
and
does the
H5.
Indian recommend here for black?
Well, there are some options, but there is a game by Nigel Short versus Timon, which was played in this very position, and black played bishop e6, which was also Harika's choice.
Okay.
In 1993, this match was played
Oh,
between Nigel Short and
Okay. So that's the match for deciding world number 2 and world number 3. And I think that was a very important match because both the players, the great players, were in their best of their forms. Timman became world number 3, and when he lost to Short. In fact, there is some humorous story about Kasparov, because there was a Timman and short match, and for the first time Karpov was out of the World Championship cycle. Short had defeated Karpov, and when the world didn't know who was going to challenge Kasparov. All the previous cycles, Sokolov and other great players qualified, but people said, okay, it's going to be Karpov playing Kasparov. It happened so many times, and when Short defeated Kasparov, Short defeated Karpov, it was very interesting to know who would be challenging uh, uh,
Kasparov.
Kasparov. And Kasparov was asked opinion, and well, he said, the question was, whom do you see as your challenger? And what do you think of your match with the challenger? So he said, it will be short and it will be short. So first is the capital, that means I'll be playing short in the match, and my match with him will be short. So, sort of, yes, and he started laughing himself.
Yeah, it's funny, of course. Bishop e6, and yeah, was Jan Timman's choice against Nigel Short as well, and Bishop e6 followed by f4, a very logical move, but
Yeah.
this was not what Short played. Short chose the move c3 and Bishop c2 perhaps. So f4 is Vaishali's choice in this game, and Black replies with g6. It's forced because we
Yes.
cannot allow f5, and White played queen to e2 back. So White has made a forced Black to make a sort of a move that she wouldn't like to make around her king, a weakening move. But the good part for Black is that the bishop can't reach f6 very easily.
Yes, f4 has been played, so the g7 weakness can't be attacked easily. And the plan still is only g4 and f5. If White gets g4 and f5, White wins. If White doesn't get that, then Black has good chances. So it's not easy to get f5. g4 you can generally get, but Black puts a queen on d7, and it's very difficult to get g4 and f5. It's a standard plan, but not a very great. So I think the position should be balanced here. In my opinion, uh, White has not gained anything, but Vaishali is famous for her sharp play. So f4 and queen h5, these moves are to be expected. But Harika is a very solid player as well. So it's going to be a very interesting battle, and probably things which go tactically by move 30 will decide the fate of the game, and not now. Now I think they will just they will try to improve their positions. Whether Black should play the committal c5 or not is not here, but perhaps after castling. So Black must go with c5 and if possible d4 and c4. And it seems that Black's pawn advance is easier than White's at the moment, because White's f5 is not really easy to achieve, particularly with king on g1. So even if you got h3 and g4, still getting f5 would be a problem.
But for castle, which was not played, Black played queen d7 here.
Yes.
But for castle,
G4 was perhaps a possibility.
is it, yes, possible to play g4, or you
I don't
simply
know,
play
queen
queen
d7,
d7?
and I don't think f5 is possible, so you must play h3 here. Yeah, f5 is probably, it's a very sharp line, but this I don't think such moves can be played over the board. Black should be fine winning here probably. And h3 was a possibility after castles, so queen d7, h3 is a possibility. When Black dare not play h5 now, because Black has castled there. So
Maybe f5 and
yes,
gh.
also. Yes, and king h1 and rook g1. Yeah. Bishop f4. If you want to play king h2, then bishop f4, king h2. No, this is disastrous probably. May not be disastrous. The Indians play all sorts of moves, but
It looks
yes.
inhuman.
Yes, it's human. So I think queen d7 first takes care of that. Although h3 comes into consideration for queen d7. I mean, she played queen d7, so White can actually wait with h3, I think, rather than c3. And if you castle, then perhaps g4. I don't want to play c3 and bishop c2 before getting g4, because I'm afraid of bishop f5 exchange. And if the pawn is on g2, and then Black gets quick f6. Once Black gets f6 break, White never gets the f5 break, because the rook gets opened up also.
Right. Wonderful summarization of what are the plans for both sides here, and we see that White has continued not with g4, or because Black did not play castle itself, Black played bishop to f5, intending bishop e4 for g4.
Or even otherwise, I mean, even without g4, e4 is now an outpost, and perhaps White will have to exchange that bishop with bishop c2 eventually. She has wasted move for that. I don't know if queen d7 was a useful move as well, but bishop f5. So she has made her choice very quickly. She wants to put bishop on e4, not by itself, but when g4 is played, she will put that. So black has better freedom and better space compared to white here. Bishop e6 was played out of compulsion to guard the pawn, and now guarding the pawn is not required. So now probably she's not going to play c5 quickly. But yes, black's play again here, castles and f6 should be easy to play with c5 to come. Again, bishop on d2 is awkward, but against rook a d1 it may not be easy to get c5. Sometimes some pressure against that point.
d5 point.
Yeah.
And here Vaishali did not go for c3, but she plays direct bishop e3. She does not want to play c3. She'll bring rook to d1 and prevent c5 first. So
Yes, for c5 she will play c3, and then d5 has permanently become weak, and then the exchange of light colored bishops is good for white, because then the d5 pawn will come under fire. With pawn on c6, the exchange of light colored bishop does not help white, but after c5, exchange of light colored bishops will help, because the d5 pawn can be targeted, as it is no longer supported with the c6 pawn.
important to know, pawns don't move back, so be careful while moving them forward. And bishop e3 was replied to with queen to d7. Another non-committal move by Harika, a useful move, preventing any kind of g-force and preparing short
And
castle.
also rook a d1.
And preventing rook a d1 as well, because
So white
black is
must play
threatening-
h3 eventually.
Black is threatening bishop g4, so queen f2 was played, not
Okay.
h3.
So she doesn't want to waste a move. But yeah, queen f2 to control c5. So I think she felt c5 as a serious threat. So black has a majority, but black's structure is crippled. And white has comparatively a free structure, because h3, g4, they are not crippled. So that is the advantage uh, white has. So bishop c5 and c3. Generally, this if both the bishops are exchanged, more or less a draw is likely. But if dark bishop is exchanged, then white plays a4 and makes the things very awkward for. Then white abandons the plan of f5 and plays a4 and tries to penetrate it a7 square. So if c5 has been prevented, then a4 becomes a very good plan. Then you don't actually have to play c3.
But then you will take and try to
Yes,
penetrate on h7?
yes. Perhaps I can after, if my queen is on c5, perhaps after a4, I double in the a file first.
Right, before taking on
Yes,
a4,
yeah.
you play rook a2, rook f1,
Yeah.
and play for the a file, right?
But in such a case, black may play f6 break and start some activity on the king side, because bishop e4, queen g4. So if white queen is on c5, then that's also a possibility. Why the position is balanced is because you can't control both. You don't have enough pieces to control both the sides. There are no knights on the board. If there are knights on the board, then a knight on c5 would make a lot of difference. And for black, a knight on e4 would make a lot of difference. Since the knights have been exchanged, the position is much more simplified.
Right, and it's difficult for either side to really break through. So queen f2, short castle, and this is the live position on the board. Let me also read out the times for both the players. Vaishali has 55 minutes left for after 16 moves having been played, and Harika has 1 hour 6 minutes on the clock. So one of Harika's strategies, which I have often observed, is she always tries to keep more time on her clock than her opponent.
And I think she is willing to play comparatively unknown positions just to ensure that the positions are equally unknown or more unknown to the opponent.
Yes. So she always wants to play against the player and not their coach.
Yes, and also not a competitor, because very often if I was to prepare for a particular opponent, I'm going to take somewhere engine help to find out the best moves. So now once it's a game between A and B, then it doesn't really matter how the position objectively is. Very often I tell it to my students that how is your position matters perhaps only 50%, and how you play your position matters another remaining 50%.
Absolutely. Wonderful piece of advice there. And with that, let's have a look at the player interviews, and we will be back shortly.
To go. Marika will translate into Russian. We're joined by Mrs. Alexandra Goryachkina, who finished her round 6 game here against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. The game was a draw. Would you care just to explain sort of the key moments of the game? At one point you spent, I think, over 30 minutes thinking up for a move.
Приветствуем Александру Горячкину. Горячкиной, которая отыграла 6 туров. Сегодня она играла с Vaishali. Можете ли вы сказать о таких главных моментах из вашей партии, чтобы вы отметили бы?
Ну, в целом я достаточно хорошо получила по дебюту, и в какой-то момент моя подготовка закончилась, но я знала, что моя позиция выигранная, но, к сожалению, не смогла.
Yes, she says that after the debut she had a very quite good position, so it was like a preparation, so everything was alright. She knows that she should be win this game, but something going wrong and she cannot do win.
Could you describe that moment when you spent about 30 minutes thinking for the move? What was going all through your head? Obviously, you were calculating, but also like to spend 30 minutes. Is that a long time to spend thinking, or is that normal?
На один ход вы потратили очень много времени, что заняло большую степь вот этой времени, что вы рассчитывали варианты, или что вы можете сказать конкретно в этом моменте, что было такого интересного?
Что я хотела сказать, я сказала.
Yeah,
Не
that's
больше.
all what she would like to say. Nothing special. They have some calculating at that moment, so nothing more.
I got that. We're halfway into the tournament. What is your assessment of the tournament so far and your performance so far?
Что вы думаете о турнире? Как вы думаете, как вы выступаете? Довольны ли вы с вашим выступлением?
Ни шатка, ни валка пока.
It's normal, so just see what's happened at the next games.
Okay. And finally, Mrs. Goryachkina, how do you relax?
And how?
How does she relax?
Как вы отдыхаете вне шахмат? Как вы
After a long game.
после такой долгой партии, как вы можете как-то вот расслабиться, отдохнуть?
Здесь, к сожалению, не так много видов деятельности, в которых можно отдохнуть. На улицу не выйдешь, телевизор не посмотришь, так что сижу в номере, ничего не делаю.
Yes, she says that here is not so many opportunities to have some active rest, so nobody to go to have a walk, for example, or to watch TV or to making some other activities. So it means that she just rest in hotel's room.
But you know you can go out. People have been going out and seeing around. Do you plan on going out a bit at all? Seeing Delhi if you can?
Некоторые игроки смогли выбраться, посмотреть немножко город, достопримечательности. Планируете ли вы также использовать ваш шанс посмотреть что-нибудь?
Я еще не отошла от дороги из аэропорта, так что нет, не собираюсь.
She did not plan to go outside to see something. She says that she is tired after the first trip she had after the airport. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck with the rest of your tournament. Ready? The first game of round 6 just finished. Katerina Lagno and Nino really drew their game. It seemed you had a bit of initiative there, but couldn't find the right way forward. What happened?
Yes, she didn't know the line I played with d takes e5, and you should be very precise with black, and but as well as with white, because I felt that I'm better, but I just couldn't find the right way.
I see you analyze quite a bit now, both on the board and after the game. Did you discover some new ideas which you weren't aware of, or what did that analysis bring, if you can share with us?
Well, we both had the feeling that I should have played e4 at some point. I don't know where, probably instead of bishop f3, or probably somewhere b4 and then a4. So, but there are so many lines to calculate that I just couldn't figure out what should I play, and decided to make logical moves, but unfortunately, well, it brought nothing in the end. So
6 rounds in, we're halfway through the tournament. What's your assessment of the tournament so far, for you and in general?
well, of course, the most important part is last rounds. So just I don't know, just trying to be concentrated and to play on, and well, not to think about the result. It's too early now, so just play chess.
And finally, just thinking about your play, do you keep the same level of play throughout the tournament, or as the final rounds come in, as it becomes more important, more pressure, does the level, the focus, the intensity increase?
Well, actually, I don't know. I always try to play as well as I can. Just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So but I will try to do my best.
All right. Well, good luck with that. Thank you so much, and please rest.
Thank you.
Bibisara Sobaeva joining us after your round 6 game. Very interesting game with Polina. You managed to save it in the end. Would you take us through the game and sum it up from your perspective?
I don't be ready to move f4, and I don't know what I need to do. I think I played not very good moves. Knight bd7, e5, knight g4, h3, knight h6, g4. I don't have space, and I played king h8. I think she don't know this move. I have worse position, but it's tricky, and somehow I have some initiative after.
You managed to turn it around in a way and just keep yourself going. How was it, like that transformation, so to speak, from a weaker position to, establishing equality and balance again? Psychologically, how were you feeling?
I feel normal. I was a little upset after opening, but I think I have some chances to maybe sacrifice something and have some chances, yes.
The tournament, 6th round has just finished. The tournament is, we're halfway through. How are you feeling about your performance so far, about the tournament in general?
I played good, and I hope I keep it going.
Good. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Welcome back, and it seems like a lot has changed in that break. We just had a look at Nino Batsiashvili's board where it seems like Nino has blundered. So let's go straight to that game and have the board on the screen and look at what happened over here. So in this position, we left it at h5, bishop h7 and rook h3. This was the position we left it at.
Yes, a strange move, rook h3, and we thought black had a good position. So let's see what happened then.
We were discussing so many strategies, but it seems the game is going to be decided by a tactical blunder. Black played c5 here, expected move. We expected a3 as well. Bishop a5 was played, and here we were looking at d into c5, which was the more natural looking move here. And this is also the reason we were suggesting queen d2 here instead of rook h3, so that for c5, a3, bishop a5, we have dc5 in a more convenient manner, because knight c5 runs into b4, and for bishop c3 we can take queen takes. So we don't need to spoil our pawn structure, and we also maintain our pawns. So this was the idea behind queen d2, which we felt was better. White played rook h3, c5, a3, bishop a5, and here she took a drastic decision, typical in the French win-over variation. But as we have discussed, White's queen side piece placement is very different from the French win-over.
Yeah,
So
king side.
king side piece placement. So White played b4 here, which was a huge mistake. It doesn't work. Black replied pawn takes pawn, and I understand White's idea is to go bishop b5, knight to b5, which is the typical idea in a win-over position, but here we see the difference.
Yes, the black bishop is not on c8 and it's on h7. So for viewers, can you suggest a good move for black in under 5 seconds?
It's a shocking blunder by a player of such a high caliber as Nino. Wonderful player from Georgia, grandmaster already, with a rating of 2489, and she played knight b, but allowing this tactic is really shocking for us as viewers. White played b4 here, which was the first blunder in the board. The idea is, White's idea is that once black takes on b4, she wants to play knight b5 and give knight d6 check. But here black played the wonderful move bishop takes c2, and it's almost game over, because after queen c2, White plays b3 check, attacking the king. This has happened over the board, and White plays queen d2, and White is losing the queen for only 2 bishops.
Wasn't queen c1 a little better than if bishop c2 took place? Then okay, objectively, okay, you blundered a pawn, couple of pawns, but what's the need to give the queen? That's why I was wondering if queen c1 is less damaging.
Probably. Let's have a look. But this position is already quite lost for White, because she has given up 2 pawns already, the b4 pawn and the c2 pawn. We must not forget.
And look at the pieces blocking the king: knight f2, bishop f1, rook h3. No work. They're doing no duty. And bishop on f4 is at least well placed to come back for the defense of the king. Had it not been, the king would have suffocated. But at least what I suggest is, if queen c1 and a b3 check, bishop d2, you're probably not losing some material, because a6 doesn't trap the knight. There is knight d6 check. So I think perhaps the shock that, or she decided to give the queen, I'm not sure if it's a wise decision, but perhaps a decision where she wants to try attacking g7, but obviously the position is hopeless now.
Yeah, this knight on f2 is that piece which goes to work, pretends to work, and doesn't do anything but checks his phone on.
And takes 2 of your moves. But yes, now it could be well placed to go to g4. So if she gave the queen, I think she wants to put the bishop on d2 and then knight g4 and rook g3 and play for some attack. Although I don't see much attack, because she's eliminating both the bishops, c2 and a5 bishops. Perhaps knight d6 coupled with rook g3, she gets some counterplay.
So knight d6, king e7 is possible, and now you're suggesting queen c1,
Yeah,
is
or
it?
even queen c2 if you wanted to play queen c2. But I don't know. Since she has given up the queen, I think she's hoping for a counter attack. So after bishop c2, after blundering bishop into, after allowing bishop into c2, at least now she wants to play fighting chess by attacking the black king, and she wants black to castle on the king side so that rook g3 could put some attacks. So although it's a bad blunder, but she's going to get and look at knight f2, not bothering to guard the d4 point. Normally the knight is on f3 and the d4 point is automatically guarded. Here I think white pieces are just poorly placed, including the f3 pawn. And why she gave the queen, we don't know. But perhaps she may get a few threats by giving the queen. Otherwise, in the entire game, she would have ended up not giving a single threat.
Absolutely.
That could be a reason for playing this strange move queen into c2.
Also, Nino is having a problem with the queen blunders in this tournament so far. In the first game as well, she blundered the queen against Nana, but Nana counter blundered, and then they reached an equal sort of position where later Nana was actually not even equal. Actually, the game tilted into Nino's favor, and Nana was able to find some great defensive ideas, and then they agreed for a draw due to repetition of moves.
Yes, in a complex position which was still favoring black, but I remember. But yeah, this is a more, I mean, a very simple blunder, bishop into c2. Perhaps a very uncommon at the world championship levels. And let's see the sacrifice. Not that the sacrifice will make any difference, queen sacrifice, but by taking away the two bishops, white will halt black's initiative for some time. And if she gets time to play something on the king side with rook g3 and knight g4, perhaps there could be some attack coming. Very artificial, because black is not going to castle so soon as well.
Huge blunder here already on the 13th move by white. b4 was the main move, which
Yeah, how much time was taken for b4? I'm sure knight b5 was played instantly, but b4, how much time was taken?
6 minutes was taken for
Okay,
b4.
so she thought knight b5 is a good idea.
Let's see how much time she took for c5. c5, a3 was replied for within 3 minutes. a3, the most natural looking move.
Actually, it could have been
Bishop
played in
a5.
3 seconds probably, I think.
Yes. But Nino, we must not forget, is a d4 player. She does not play e4. So
Yes.
maybe that is the reason why, a French Winnower player would play a3 very fast.
But if you play d4, d5, knight c3, it is basically aiming at e4 quickly, which means that you are going to transpose more into e4 positions. Because in e4 positions, d4 doesn't come so easily. And in d4 position, if e4 comes, it's going to be a e4 sort of variation, which is not coming from e4, e5, like Caro-Kann or French. If you are aiming at d4 and knight c3, basically you are aiming at a French defense or a Caro-Kann defense by playing e4. The only idea of knight c3 is to play e4. So if she is not a e4 player, then perhaps not a great choice as well. The very idea itself is to play e4, which will be more or less like French or Caro-Kann. So if she is not comfortable with white in French and Caro-Kann, and she has never played e4, then this choice does not make much sense. In fact, to avoid Sicilian defense, there's a very interesting story about how imaginative Mikhail Tal was, and we can just go back before we come to the game, just starting position. So there's one opponent who played very boring chess with d4, c5 and the old Benoni setup, which Tal didn't like. And for e4, he played the closed systems with d4, with e6, sorry. So what Tal did against him was Tal played d4 against him, and c4, c5, Tal just played e4 and not d5, and pawn into pawn, knight f3, and became Sicilian. And the opponent had never played Sicilian once. He was always a French defense player. Tal just won in 20 moves this game. So, so in the annotations, he gives d4 double exclamation mark. In those days, Tal played only e4, and he gives d4 double exclamation mark and c5 e4 double exclamation mark. That's Tal's own comments.
Wow, that's so wonderful. Like such a nice trick by the master. And yeah, wonderful stories here. But in this game, as Praveen ji pointed out, d4, d5, knight c3 is the idea is to go into e4 setups after going even after playing f3 here. White wants to play e4 at some point, so she will transpose into e4 setups. That is the most likely possibility. So it is, yeah, it is unfortunate that white went for this
If she
blunderful.
was not a e4 player, I think she would already be uncomfortable in this setup.
Yeah, definitely. And I think white, even h4, h6, h5 is a good idea here, very logical, and to exchange the bishop would also have made perfect sense, or play queen d2, one of the two moves here. But rook h3, already a move which we did not like very much, still no damage done. But c5, a3, almost a forced move, driving back the bishop. Bishop a5 had to be met with d into c5, or at least queen d2, but b4, a huge blunder in this position.
Yes.
Pawn takes. If we take back, she simply takes it. So knight b5 was the idea behind b4.
Oh yeah, even if a bad move knight b5, it has to be played, because when a player plays, it's not like what's the best move here. Player plays with the idea and plans to play 3-4 moves in a row. So if the idea is wrong, then the 3-4 wrong moves are going to be played, and only players like Vishwanathan Anand can sort of recover from that, and they play a move and then they see it's not good, and then they go back to some different plan. But such presence of mind is seen only in the best players in the world, particularly like Carlsen, Anand, and sometimes Fischer and Karpov. Even Kasparov did not have that sort of presence of mind. If he played a bad plan, there are some games where he played and lost in a very one-sided manner. Kasparov didn't have that ability to quickly come back and sense the position. Botvinnik had, like one of the games with Fischer. Botvinnik blundered a pawn in the opening, and he said, but alas, my opponent found a third move, and I was a pawn down, and I started thinking afresh, and he actually drew that game after losing a pawn to Fischer.
But even here, Praveenji, for example, even if she changes her mind, this position is so tough to defend with white. You are simply a pawn down.
Yeah, the
It
bishop
is,
d2. But at least, and the knight c6 probably. No, knight c6, you have knight b5. No, this position is bad, but I don't think it's hopeless, I think. Castles, I don't know. Now you're justifying rook h3. But
no, I mean, white could have continued this way, but
yes,
we just want to point out to our viewers that this position is still very bad for white, because
yeah.
she's simply a pawn down, and she would have to really fight hard to create complications on the king side.
But generally, the position is not going to be decided by the material. It's going to be decided by kingside attack, and if white is able to create threats against black's king, then the extra pawn is not going to matter much. So at least another 15-20 moves, the pawn is not going to matter. For the a pawn to queen, it will be only after moves 50 or 45. So although it's a uneven battle and black will have the advantage of trying to exchange pieces and white will have to avoid exchange pieces, still this is not a hopeless position, and perhaps strong players can play, but with bd3 and knight c e2, and I take all my pieces to the king side perhaps, or I know, sir, I mean, it's possible to play. Surely black is not going to win the game by virtue of the pawn very quickly. Nothing is going to happen drastically to the even king or the c3 knight. So that way this was a playable position, I must say. Not objectively playable, not equal or not with great chances, but yes, one blunder and we could be back. Rook b1 is a possibility. So sometimes rook b1 always allows queen a4, but so queen a5. So bad position, but not a resignable position. And after bishop c2, perhaps
So resignable
yeah,
position. After cb5, cb4, white played knight b5 after thinking for 7 minutes here, and she definitely missed bishop c2, because b3 also is bad, but we can play c3 here. And what do we do for b2? She probably wants to give up the exchange with rook b1 and play an exchange down position, but with knight d6 coming, queen b2. This is also not too great, but not as bad as in the game.
yeah, it would be similar to a pawn down, exchange down, so a bit more than that. But again, the game is not going to be decided by the exchange till black defends against the king side threats or opens up the game in the favor. Because when you open up the game, it could be in your opponent's favor. If you play f6, you don't have a light bishop, so white could get bishop d3 very well activated. I'm talking of the position where white queen is on b2, so bd3, and yeah, this position is not desirable, but it's not unplayable.
However, black found the best move in the position, which I hope some of you also found. Bishop c2 was played, a great move here. Queen into c2 runs into b3, which is what happened. White decided to give up the queen for two bishops, but she has also given up two pawns. Let us remind our viewers that white has given up the queen as well as two pawns for two bishops only in a complete middle game position. So bishop takes d2, and short castle is the position on the board with a completely winning position for black. White is in deep trouble.
Oh yes, I think it's not really possible to. I mean, rook g3, king h8, knight g4. No sacrifices are likely to come. So to open up the king side is not going to be easy, and if you are to open up with g4, g5, it's going to be very slow. Yes, also black queen has the entry on. Yeah, this position is surely losing, and strange blunder in this event. Perhaps I think it's a important advice for the tournament players, because very often when they don't know what to play against a particular opponent, they prepare something which they have never played, and this way they are only playing in hands of the opponent. It happened to me once or twice when I chose to play some variation which I had never played, and although my opponent had not expected that, but I was more of a stranger to that position, and I didn't find myself into great positions. So thereafter I decided to play something which I knew. It doesn't matter if my opponent knows it better or not, but at least I'm going to do something which I know. So this is
yeah, it reminds me of a conversation I had with Surya Ganguly. I played a opening, I think the French defense for the first time as black recently, and we reached a very interesting position, but I also was not very familiar with the position. So after the game, I explained to Surya that I wanted to play the French to surprise my opponent, and he immediately quipped, "But you ended up surprising yourself." So that's what happened.
And also because Ganguly has played many games against French. So
So no, not against Ganguly. I was playing against someone else. So yeah, it was very. It's actually important to, at least, even if you're surprising your opponent, you should yourself be familiar with the positions you get.
Yeah, so how your plan is doesn't really matter if you know that well. And in fact, a very famous Russian saying is that a bad plan is better than no plan. So when you don't know opening, you end up making no plan. We just make random moves. Making a plan and making random moves is different. Like this knight h3, knight f2, rook h3, they're not planned. They're just random moves in this particular game. Bishop f4, knight h3, knight f2, rook h3, no coordination. Just randomly placing pieces is not development.
Yeah, I think a good rule to follow for amateurs is that when you develop your piece, the piece should have a function. If it is having a function, if there is if it is doing a duty that is logical, then you have developed it to a good square. But on f2, it does have a function of protecting the e4 square, but it's not ideally placed.
Yes, because that's not a square that is weak, as it is guarded with f3 pawn. Also, the pieces coordination, different pieces attacking different points is not relevant. Here you see a knight f2 doesn't attack anything that rook g3 will attack, and bishop f1 doesn't attack anything, and knight b5 is senseless if black has already castled. She didn't play knight d6 check before giving the queen. That's also surprising. And for bishop into c2, if she wanted to give the queen, she could have played knight d6 check first. But probably she is hoping that king on h8 is worse. So I don't know what judgment, maybe a panic reaction we can see, but a blunder of a very simple type, I think, a very simple discovered check, and yes, surprising, and we'll see how the game goes, but a tough result it will be then.
Yeah, definitely tough for Nino, and we hope that she comes back from this blunder, because it's also important not to be too hard on yourself. Every day is a new day, and just because today nothing went your way does not mean that tomorrow something also will go wrong. Tomorrow could be the best day of your life. So it's important to be in the present moment and forget about this game as soon as possible.
Let's see if something in the chat, because some players might have found bishop into c2, and before we move to other game, perhaps we will be able to see.
No, our broadcast is delayed by 15 minutes, so we never get the move. That's why we suggest the chat to, I mean, we will have a look at the chat, but we always get the chat 15 minutes late.
Okay, so with those who are viewing, you will have the solution yourself. But if you did it before you saw the solution, it's great.
So we have we
Yeah,
have
Vaishali's game.
Vaishali's game, and queen e2, bishop f5 on the board. We saw this, and bishop e3, queen d7, queen f2, short castle, a4 on the board.
Yeah, the plan we discussed, bishop c5 and a4, and play on the queen side rather than playing on the king side.
Bishop e4 was played.
Yeah, so
Bishop to
a sort of threat that if you try too much on the queen side, I will checkmate you with queen g4. Yes, so bishop e4 is a powerful piece, and I think position should be roughly balanced. In long run, black could prove better if black pushes c5, which looks almost unlikely in absence of knights.
Yes, and bishop e4, bishop c5 was played, rook f d8 on the board.
So could is d4 on the cards? Yes, d4 is on the cards, because if black gets d4, then black gets c5, and then black could be better. Unless d4 loses to bishop e7 and ab5. No, it doesn't. So okay, there is some. Well, it's still tactical. d4 is probably not a threat. In that case, white can play h3, and just to make sure that h3 king h2. So at unexpected moment, the black queen doesn't come to g4, giving a mate threat. Not that it will damage anything now, but yes, h3 is a good, wise move. And since black played rook f8, black is not going to play f6 break, in my opinion. Or maybe she's unpinning it to play f6 so that she can take with the bishop. But no, f6 she is not going to play. So what is black trying to do? If black doesn't want to play f6, then only thing she is trying to do is d4.
Yeah, I think
And if she gets d4 and c5 after the bishop exchange, then she could be better.
it's a cramped position for black, but f6, so that's why we need to take a break as black. What we are trying to discuss here is that even though the bishop is wonderfully placed on e4, rest of black's pieces don't have very good squares at the moment. And if, for example, the rook, what is it doing on d4, d8 is a real question. So only d4 or f6 moves which open up the position will improve the scope of black's pieces.
Yeah, so f6 perhaps not on the card, d4 if permitted, but d4 always has to be checked in sense of bishop into e7 and ab5. When if you take ab5, you lose the d4 pawn. So you have to play cb5 or something. So immediately d4 may not be a threat. So I can take the liberty of h3, or perhaps rook fd1 just directly preventing. Rook fd1 actually prevents that. So, but then, yeah, it's rook fd1, then bishop into c5, queen into c5, queen g4, and if you come back queen f2, I play d4. But you play rook d2 again. If white maintains that cramper on the queen side, blocking the 4 pawns with 3, then white may eventually get h3, king h2, g4, and some slow action on the king side as well. And a4 is mainly becoming a way to prevent black from expanding, because once you move the rook on a8, I just play b5. So it's like a threat. So white has some activity. White has more activity than black, and that's the main asset, I think.
Right. I'm wondering why couldn't black play f6 here instead of rook fd8?
Yes, actually f6 was more logical, and if your opponent threatens the bishop, it's only one move threat. So perhaps she was afraid of bishop into bishop and queen d4, but no, you just move the queen, no? Or even you have c5 also. So rook e1 or something may threaten rook into e4. Yeah, c5, queen into
Now
e4, but yeah.
e4 is the
Yeah.
threat.
So, but
king
just a king move, and
g7
black is already better
become-
threatening. Yeah, no, but this is c5 a threat? Yeah, seems that black has a good position now with threatening c5.
I think we are threatening also to take the pawn after exchanges on the...
Yeah, perhaps f5 and rook e8 also. Yeah, taking the rooks in there. So, it's a very artificial for white to play such queen d4, hoping for one queen into e4 trap.
Yes, so f6 was a decent idea here, but black, let me see how much time she took for rook fd8. She thought here for about 10 minutes and plays rook fd8. What could be the point? Another point could be that after bishop c5, queen c5, we want to play d4.
Yes, and then ab5 you can play even ab5 because the d4 is well guarded. But even after d4, with white queen on c5, it's not easy. It's not by itself productive. But yeah, d4 and d3. That's what you mean. Rook 8 even if you play then black abandon, then at least black has a rook, free rook. But rook doesn't have any squares. But rook a b8 or something of that sort. Yeah.
And how about sorry, rook fd1 might be better because we want to keep the a file under control in case of AB. But what if we take and play a move like queen a7?
Yeah. And
Wouldn't this be completely equal?
yes, because after take and there's no way one can stop c5.
But then probably the point
c4
is,
ab now ab and
and now we cannot take AB because we moved this the f1 rook and not the a1 rook, and so we have to take CB, and the d5 pawn is sort of vulnerable, but with the bishop on e4 we can say it's not
yeah, I
that
think
weak.
it's not bad because even if white king comes to if a bishop ending and white king comes to d4, it may win, but it's a very slow process and the rooks are not going to get exchanged soon, and a tactical move like c4 is not going to work here.
However, this is no fun to play as black, I would say, this endgame, so maybe black will not go for this after rook fd1, right?
Yeah,
She has options, because she has options here to play for other ideas. What could be the other idea? Can we take and play d4? Is that possible, or is it too
d4
weak?
oh, queen g4 was one possibility also, no? Did we okay, shall we go to queen g4 instead of this?
Okay.
Instead of d4, queen g4 directly.
Over here, queen
Yeah,
g4.
attacking f4 pawn and the g2 mate, of course.
So queen f2 is
Yeah, and
forced.
now I get d4. Now, how useful it is, I don't know, but
Now h3 is possible.
and I can't attack the g pawn any longer, which means I'll be a pawn down. Yeah, h3,
No,
queen f5, g4. I could end
you
up.
can go queen d7 and protect the d2
Yeah,
pawn.
then let me provoke g4 in that case. Go queen f5. So if you take on d4, I take on f4.
But no, then
Oh,
I
then
play rook f1
yeah, okay, yeah. So
in the end. So
yeah,
that
no,
won't.
yeah, that's
But
that's
bishop c2 you have. Definitely.
yeah, bishop c2 and yeah, it's good for me. I mean, it's not bad for me. White is probably after bishop c2 and e6. White has some initiative. Yeah.
Sorry, here and e6.
Something like e6 perhaps or abc. I don't
Okay.
know. Surely perpetual check.
It's interesting, yes.
But perhaps nothing more than that. White is slightly better even after bishop c2, I think.
So we want to point out the variation we discussed is queen f4 here would be a blunder because of rook f1 and
As well as rook e1. I think I suggested a multiply bad move because
no, that's okay. We must suggest blunders so that we
Yeah.
can be able to cover all the lines, even the ones
Yes.
which are not
Yes.
obvious to us.
yeah, the moves which are unplayable, we try to show it on the stream so that
Yes.
because we have players of different levels playing and club levels, and those who have never played tournaments are watching, and I think they should also enjoy the stream. So purpose is not for the top players.
Yes, I think our stream is basically directed towards players of all levels, and in fact, even those who are watching chess for the first time, actually, that would be like the best if we could have people who have never watched chess, if we could also interact with them on the stream. This would be wonderful. So our stream is that's why we try to cover all kinds of moves. It's not just the best moves, but also weaker moves or the more natural looking moves that don't work.
Yes, and yeah, we must tell the viewers that there was some technical snag, and because there was some noise, some disturbance was there in our first session. That's why there's a break, and I think that after the break we have taken care of that, and I hope that the voice clarity and there's no disturbance taking place. So okay, let's come back to the games now.
So we did not finish looking at this line after
Yes.
queen d7, and this was one of the positions that could have been reached.
Yeah, and but after AB, generally you have to play CB, which is not what you
This
want
is a
to do. Yes,
mistake.
yeah.
Because we reach rook d4 and we are pawn down. So
And the bishop is in trouble as well because you have to play BD5, which is you don't want to play. So
we would like to cover cb5, but
Yeah.
now the d4 pawn is very weak. How
And
do we support
Rook
it
D2, I
after?
think. Yes, after Rook D2, because you don't have three squares in the D file, and you can't get Queen B6 and Rook D7 in one move. Your opponent in two moves, because your opponent is going to take one move to win the pawn, to attack the pawn, and you have only two moves. So you have no Yes, after even if you had rook d7 and rook d8, still e6 would have been crushing.
Even here
Yes,
e6,
yeah.
yes.
So objectively, this move is unplayable because of the a4 move. So as we were discussing this before, the players played a4 and bishop c5 was a good combination because you always tend to create some threats. And black is not able to push d4 quickly. That's our conclusion, which means that white maintains slight advantage and a more comfortable position in rook of d1 probably. So
But let me see what Vaishali has played. No, it is her turn. She has not yet made a move. So she's probably deciding between rook f d1 and rook a d1, and we believe that rook f d1 could be the better choice. Um,
yes, rook d1 limits the options but it keeps the option of sometime f5 coming in. So if you are playing a4 only to cramp your opponent, and because rook d1, I thought rook b8 could come into picture, threatening b into a4, and there is a chance of uh, sort of white controlling c5, black controlling c5. If black is able to control c5 and black gets c5, then black should have a good position. At least not a bad position with active bishop on e4 and the queen side pawns rolling. Then it could be a dream position. One of our Indian top players, Sasikiran, played this opening regularly, and he played it very accurately. He created lot. He had lot of wins with black pieces, and he created all sort of tactical possibilities for black. He played that opening very well. After that, probably not top Indian players have been playing that.
Great. So, yes, we can see, we can have a closer look at Vaishali and Harika's um, player cams
Yeah,
as well over there.
yeah. And what has been, yeah. So,
So, let's have a look at Nana versus Lano. That's another game we haven't had a look at so far.
yes, black has achieved the dream pawn structure with f5 and e4, and the only compensation is the extra pawn. But is it a very strange position for white to play? It seems so, and yes, it's quite a sharp position since what we played. It has a lot of things have taken place, and yes, perhaps we go back to the position where we left it. Perhaps it would make some sense to go back to the position where we. I think did we leave at this stage, Soumya?
Yes.
Yes. So here we played knight to knight g5 h6 knight e4, and we were wondering how the knight d6 entry is going to be prevented, and knight e8 was played. So black is going for an aggressive plan. Black wants to push f5 and e4 and not really bother to guard the uh, take back the c5 pawn. Because knight on d7 might have tried to win back the pawn. Here black is not bothered about taking the pawn. So let's see how the game progressed. F4, a very committal move, I think. Strategically incorrect move as the old school would believe, because you allow a strong pawn on yeah uh, yeah, so because of f and e4 coming. So yes, f5, I don't know, what do you think of this f4 move? Somehow quite an unpositional move, allowing black to get a dream pawn structure in the center with f5 and e4. What could be the purpose of that? I didn't understand the idea in a move which is very committal and creates a permanently damaged bishop on g2. White played f4 here, which means black pawns on e4 and f5 become so strong that the bg2 will never play in the uh, black gets e4 on the next move unless you lose a knight. So uh, yes, I think black is much better here. What with dream pawns in your enemy camp, and also b4, even that pawn. I mean, don't you think something has gone wrong with White's
Yes.
planning?
Yes, absolutely. I remember I think Nana is someone who loves to play with her knights. I remember in her game against Polina as well, she played wonderful knight moves with knight b4, knight d5,
Ye-
knight b6, rerouting the c6 knight. The knight was on c6 for our viewers, and she rerouted it with black to b4, d5, and b6, and we covered that game extensively on our stream. But here her rerouting has not worked out very well because she went knight e4, which is correct, but after knight e8, f4, a very awkward looking move.
Yes, in the same structure, f5 by black is not so dangerous because f5 e4 is not easy. White can always break with f3 subsequently, and here f4 is, I think, a big uh, strategic error, I must say. The position may not be particularly bad because there are a lot of tactics possible, and she has got extra pawn and she's trying to win the d4 pawn subsequently. The idea is to undermine the d4 pawn. So she has voluntarily played a strategically bad move with the hope that she will win another pawn. Then she will have a winning position. See, look at the black pawn on b4. It ties down white's rook on a1 as well. White has a unpleasant piece position. Black has a very pleasant piece position, but white has an extra pawn. So the way she played knight b5, I think she wants to play knight b3 and rook a1 and try to win the d4 pawn. So I think, but at a cost of a very badly placed bishop on g2, and somehow I feel that white has lost the track of the position at the moment, and it's probably going to be a beginning of a easy game for black soon, because after f4.
So, for example, here a3, which what you were suggesting, let's make a move like a3,
Yeah.
and we are threatening to take on b4. And for f5, white will go knight d6, of course,
Yes.
and give up the c pawn, which is an extra pawn, and we take. Black will take back, and here we have a move like c5. And let's say black doesn't take, black plays e4 here, then we can pick up a b4,
Yeah.
knight b4, and we at least get rid of the b4 pawn. And here we can, as you mentioned, that with the pawn on f2, the e4 and d4 pawns, although they are menacing, they are not as difficult to play against.
Yes, because sometime in the end game the bishop will come out with f3 and black will have to play e3 and then white gets f4 eventually. This structure is fine for white, I think. But in the game, yeah, in the game somehow, yeah, but of course here for a3, b into a3 was a correct move for black.
Yes.
So a3 wasn't really playable because of b into a3. But I think more damage is done by f4 move than making any move. I mean, if white didn't make any move, f5 wasn't so strong, but white played a move. Yeah. So
Oh, but here there's a nice idea that we can play queen b3.
yeah, something like that.
We don't need to.
Yes, rook into a3 was bad, and if white could get b4, white would actually be winning, but b4 was not coming. So queen b3, and you take with a piece. So what you do is you take rook a3, queen a3, and then when you get b4, you are actually winning because you have an extra pawn. So a3 did make sense in the white would probably, black would have to take some measures, pawn into a3, queen b3, then f5, but knight d6 is coming again. White has a good position because of the extra pawn on c5. I think without that pawn, white's position is still worse.
And in fact, this position was reached in a game between very strong Chinese players Shen Yang and Zhao Jue in 2011. So this exact position has been reached, and black played rook a5. This game was won by white after rook a3. Rook rook a3, black did not take but played f5, knight d6, knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, not immediately, but rook c5 first, and white played bishop d5 check, protecting c4, and so on and so forth, and they later won as white. So a3, so even though this position is not the most usual position, we have a top level game here, but black played white played f4, which is not recommended.
Yeah, I think it's worse than not making a move.
Yeah, yesterday only we were discussing that in chess the most difficult part is to make a move that doesn't worsen your position, and f4 does exactly that. So
And not on a tactical level, but on a very large scale on a strategic level, because your pieces are going to be dominated. And the only reason I think why she played is she wants to play knight b5, she wants to play knight b3 and win the d4 pawn. after which she will be 2 pawns up. Her idea is very clear, although I don't see a fourth attack coming against d4 pawn. I can see 3 attacks with knight b5, one knight on b5, one knight on b3, and then rook d1, 3 attacks coming against d4. I can see black guarding with queen f6 and rook d8 eventually after f5 and e4 and bishop e6 and queen f6. So I don't see if black's plan is really, white's plan is really justified. But okay, she's playing with a specific plan. And when you play with a plan, at least you know what to do and you play actively. So sometimes a planless play is always bad, but bad plan can sometimes work. So let's see how the game proceeds further.
So f4 and black played f5, knight to d6, knight d6 was not taken but e4 first, and it would have been fine to take knight d6 had white's pawn not been on f4, because now white
Yes.
is threatening to take after cd. Even here e4 would not work because of c5.
Yes,
So
and
we
at
must
least you have some pawns more.
so we must always look at the changes that have been brought in the position by our opponent's last move. So here queen d6 would run into fe5 and white has achieved what she wanted.
Yes, weakening the d4 pawn has been achieved, although the black squares are weak, but why black knight is not going to reach e3 so quickly. So perhaps there is relief in, and white gets c5 also before fe5 or after fe5. It's possible to push c5, and I mean the game starts in a more complex way. So probably g3, not prudent to weaken g3, but better to try to win d4 rather than knight g4, just play queen d2 or something, and try to win the d4 pawn. Now the black knight won't be able to come to e3, or even if it comes, the d4 pawn will be lost. So, and the c8 bishop is not able to take advantage of the white king's position. So perhaps this position is okay. And yes, after the move played, it seems bad. So no, black played e4. That's the most precise move, I think. And
For a good move, and after this knight b5 was
yes, I think
played.
this is logical. White wants to play knight b3 and attack it three times. So black needs to guard it one more time. And how does black guard d4? In two moves, your opponent is going to attack your pawn. So that means you must develop the bishop now and queen now and rook d8. So yes, bishop e6. So for knight b3, perhaps queen f6 and rook d1, rook d8. But then you have fourth attack coming, queen d2, which has been made impossible because of bishop e6. Bishop into c4 will come. So, and rook a d1, or always a rook into a2 possibility eventually. So black is going to play queen f6 here, I think.
Black played rook f7 here. Very
Okay, so she
very
brings
nice
that rook.
move,
Okay, yes,
actually.
yes, okay. I was trying to put the a8 rook, which is already active in an open file, and she puts the rook which is not in an open file and puts in d7, and that too behind the queen. So there's
In
no
front
direct.
of
Yeah,
the queen.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the queen is behind, the rook is in front. So yes, I think not easy for white to equalize here. And rook d1, rook f d1, rook d7, and queen d2 is not possible because of bishop into c4. So it's a tough position, I think. Although you take on d4, but yes, it's bishop into b3. Yeah, queen d2 fails to bishop into c4, and any knight takes on d4, you have bishop into other knight.
Yes. Even here we take and take,
And the
and
d4 is lose, multiply lose.
yes. So yes, so many problems for white, and white will have too many problems to solve in this game. I think black is definitely comfortable. So in two games already we see that black is having a very good
Yeah.
position.
I think here if she has played rook d2, she has made up her mind. She's going to give up the a2 pawn and take the d4 pawn. She will maintain the extra pawn, and she's not going to make use of the dubious g4 break, because it will weaken the king. So what she wants to do is attack the d4 four times, give the a2, take on d4, and then at least I have some relief because I have extra pawn.
Right. And I think black will have to play queen f6 and rook a d8 here, not give up the d4 pawn. So the
Yeah, but yeah, queen f6, and if rook a d1, yeah, queen f, yeah, rook a d8. Yeah, but then one possibility, that is there any improvement for black then? Because fine, black has a good position, but if there is no improvement for either side, then perhaps Yes, sometimes the improvement can be with e3 and trapping the rook also, but doesn't seem happening immediately. So, well, I don't know how the position is here. And black, I prefer black because white has very little space. I prefer black, absolutely prefer. I think there's something wrong with white's position for sure. So, well, have any moves been played? No, these are
No,
not the moves played, no? So, rook
no,
d2 was the move.
no. Rook d2 and black is thinking. So this is the or no, rook d2 and black is thinking. So we can wait for some more moves because I think it's a very important critical position, and here queen f6 is a very precise move that needs to
Yes,
be
because if
found.
you lose the d4 pawn, you are 2 pawns down and in a hopeless position. So, the only way to guard that point, isn't it? So, not difficult to find out then. Queen f6 and rook d8. And now I see why. Yeah, if I had played queen f6 and rook d8 first, rook f7 and rook d7 would have probably led to the same position. Yeah. But yeah, what she did is actually more accurate. I approve of this better because although there's not much choice for the queen, she keeps the option of playing queen e7. See, had knight not white not played rook d2, there is I don't know, but queen e7 doesn't threaten anything anyway. So
Sorry,
black's
over here, you
yeah,
mean
even if you don't play rook d2, I still play queen f6. Yeah, I think my queen is still better on f6. So I think queen f6 is a natural move for black. So rook d2 is a natural move for white and rook a d1 perhaps. And then what? That's if you play rook d8, yeah, and then what is a problem for black because white is probably happy with doing nothing. White has a bad position for knights, but white is yeah g5 break is the only strategic plan. And then suddenly white plays rook f1 for g5.
or we also have to be careful with g4. Maybe not now, but later.
G4 unless I mean g4
Not
generally a bad move because even the positions after fg4 you have to be careful. The king is weak, f4 pawn is weak, and e3 intermezzo is crushing also. So g4 is normally never a threat because of e3 and everything is lost after fg and queen into f4. So generally white shouldn't venture that with see white pawn on e2 creates a sort of separates white's position from the left side and right side. On the right side, that's the king side, white has only g2 bishop and f4 and g3 and this pawn. And the e2 pawn prevents easy communication. The rest part of difficulty in communication is taken care of by black pawns on d4 and e4, which prevent white pieces from going from the king side. So opening the king side will be unproductive. It will be bad for white because white is opening up where white is weak.
Yeah, this very well explained. I mean, white will have to just sit and suffer this position. She doesn't have an active plan.
Yes, absolutely not. I don't know this. I mean, this decent moves are also not possible. King h1 or something are not very great moves.
Even the queen doesn't go to b1 because bishop c4 is
Yes,
the
queen can go only to c1 and from c1 again to c2.
yes,
So
these are the waiting moves that white can play: queen c1, queen c2, and back if black doesn't come up with a plan. On the other hand, we see that black's knights are tied down. Knight covers the d4 pawn, and this knight covers the d6 square. Otherwise, white will play knight d6 and pick up the d4 pawn. So the only piece that is free is the bishop. So maybe
yeah,
we reroute it to h5.
yeah, and we release opponent's queen because it has nowhere to go anyway. Some attempt like a3 with white also will fail after pawn into pawn, knight into pawn. There could be suddenly d3 coming and knight b4 coming. So black knights get to d3. So white probably has to do nothing. With a3 ba only worsens the position. So black may try bishop f7 and bishop h5, and when that means queen is also tied down on c2 because with bishop on h5, if queen comes to c1, e3 wins the e2 pawn and the rook. So well, that means white will keep this pawn structure, keep piece structure. So queen on c2, rook d1, rook d2, knight b5, knight b3 stuck, bishop g1 not having any future. But still after bishop h5, what does black do again? Perhaps g5 then, or king h8 and g5, and then suddenly at right moment, yeah, allow knight d6 perhaps. You know, even knight d6, if you move the knight to g7, if black makes a square and moves the knight to g7, even that is not particularly bad. White knight on d6 is not going to make much difference if the king side is going to get opened up. A very preferable position for black, I think. Very, very comfortable. Let's move to other games then.
Let's have a look at if Nino's game is over, because I'm having a feeling that this game will be over anytime soon and we should not miss the end. So bishop d2, after bishop d2, short castle, rook g3 on the board. Black played king to h8.
Yes, to stop bishop into h6, that was a threat.
Knight plays to g4, knight c6, and white played bishop to d3, pawn a6, knight d6. Now nb7 is hanging, but white is so lost that even queen h4 here. Basically, all of white's.
Yes, in fact, immediately after knight g4, this queen h4 came into picture because you have to put king on f2 with no possibility of moving the pieces, no possibility of getting out of the pin. So black will plan to say f5 and f4
That's
is a plan.
exactly what
Yeah.
happened. Yes.
And ef, even gf is good, I think, because f5, f4, very difficult to stop. I don't know if gf is good because h6 is hanging, but knight into f6 already threatens the g4 knight.
Knight f6 or gf6.
Risky, but gf6 we
Gf6
should-
is slightly
yeah.
risky.
And
Knight
knight
f6 looks
threatens knight into g4 check, so you have to exchange knight into f6, and rook into f6 looks more logical than gf. And well, here the position is very strange after doubling. And how about the d4 pawn, which is going immediately
Yes,
in check,
actually we can take it,
and then
and we
queen.
can even take the
A1
a1
rook.
rook.
And yes, so that means you can't play knight into f6. Then what do you do for f5, ef6, knight f6? The g4 knight is attacked. So let's go back a move. Yeah,
No,
this,
actually there is no other move, because
no, because the
knight
knight
g4.
g4 is threatened, and you can't move the queen, and you can't protect the g4 knight. So you are losing further material. The disadvantage of being material down is very often you keep on losing more and more material, because the queen is a very strong piece and it captures, and white has weaknesses all over the board. So now knight into g4 can't be stopped unless you take yourself, which means d4 is going, and a1 is going, and f6 is going. Everything is going. Probably a time to resign, I think.
Yeah, it's a pity to lose a game like this, but we do know that such blunders happen. Once I lost a game in 11 moves in the national championship in 2011, and I just want to clarify that I was the defending champion in that tournament. So it was not like I was a weak player or something, but I lost a game in 11 moves, and my opponent was international master Nisha Mohta, and she she made sure I don't forget about this game, because she kept showing it to everyone
Yes,
for
yes.
years to come.
A nice combination and checkmate. Yes, I've seen that game as well.
Yes. So sometimes it happens that you simply have a very bad day and you blunder very early into the game, and it's such a bad blunder that you simply have no chance of coming back after that.
Yes, I've seen that happen even to Vishwanathan Anand when he was young, and he was fantastic player. And some games he just uh, played quickly and lost in 2 hours or something. It happened when he was young, and I think he was not able to justify that. But he overcame that by age of 15 or 16. So by 15, 16, he already stopped having bad day. And he actually told after becoming very strong player, he says, if I have a bad day, I'm not feeling well, I just play a simple opening, which is more drawish, and I propose a draw earlier. So, he makes the best of a bad day when you are not healthy.
Yeah,
But that's only because nobody refuses a draw offer made by him. So you have to be in that position first.
absolutely. I think also Anand sir is one of the most practical players. He's very, very practical, and he can it obviously comes from years of experience and having.
No, actually, he's a player who had it naturally at the age of
Okay.
12 or 13. He said, okay, I played this bad move, and okay, now what's the best in this? He was the only player who immediately after the game, before analysis, he spotted that, okay, you could have won 12 times and I could have won it 10 times, and that sort of mistakes. And he was even criticized once of basking into blunders, because he was the one who sensed them in non-competitor days, and he was the one who explained them. I've seen great players claiming that they played best games when they had made quite a few mistakes in the game, and they never bothered to do that. So Anand, even at the age of 10, 11, 12, he had that capacity. He was so objective. Look, after 11 moves, I was better, and I made a bad 11th move and 12th move, and my opponent was better, and then it became equal, and by move 15 it was so and so. So that strength he had. It doesn't come with maturity to all, for almost for everybody it comes with maturity, but he had it naturally, I believe.
Oh, wonderful. And I would definitely like to share an advice which worked for me in case of making a very bad blunder and not being able to get over the game, is that the first thing you need to do is to forgive yourself. It's completely human to make mistakes, so it's very important to understand that it's okay to make this mistake, and as soon as you forgive yourself, you're able to get over it quicker and come back the next day. Of course, it would help if Nino has a rest day tomorrow. I think then she would be able to process it better. But even if she doesn't, if as long as she forgives herself for the mistake, I'm sure she'll come back strongly. There are so many more games to be played. There are 4 more days, and we hope that she will come back strong.
Yes, I think your words of wise words of advice that forgive yourself. In fact, Botvinnik explains the objective self-criticism and incorrect negative self-criticism, where you criticize yourself without trying to really find out the way to correct. And Botvinnik self-criticism means you only criticize the moves and situation that led to that decision. So sometimes he came to know that he would say that because I didn't like to play this position, I was afraid of playing this position. That sort of self-criticism is permitted because it is productive. You come to know the shortcomings. At the same time, something like self-pity and too much of self-criticism is obviously bad. But objective criticism and not objective criticism, as he makes two parts of that.
Wonderful. So there we have EF6 on the board. We are expecting Knight f6 by Goryachkina, and
And
let's
white loses a
just
piece. Yeah, white loses at least a piece more.
so
Because after queen d4 check, you could take on f6, and then a1 and d2 are also hanging. So everything is active. After knight f6, queen d4 check, you must play bishop e3 then, and the queen into a1, and there's a new queen coming and a b pawn. No, I think there's time to resign after knight f6, because if she, perhaps in the heat of the battle, she may not have sensed that the d4 pawn is hanging, but when she sees the d4 pawn is hanging, then she will probably resign.
so we
And
will
what I mean is nothing is lost for black. Even if black doesn't take queen d4 check, rook f6, white still has to resign because d4 pawn can't be guarded, and there's no way white can actually do anything. Any move is still going to give black a very big advantage. I mean, it's already a very big advantage, a resignable position, I would say.
yes.
So perhaps,
So let's wait for the game to finish before we move on to the other ones. Uh,
well, I think if she doesn't resign for queen d4 check, then we can move on to other game. But if she resigns for queen d4 check, and then probably, because I expect her to resign here or after knight f6, queen d4 check. So
okay.
bad game,
Maybe it's
surely.
difficult. So let's go on to Vaishali's game now. We have Harika playing against Vaishali with the black pieces, an all Indian challenge here. And after we left the game after rook fd8, and white took on b5. This is a move we did not consider.
I think it's too early. She could have probably waited because I don't know if, let's see if she really gets an advantage out of this. But a7 is not going to be so easily accessible.
So black took with the pawn. Of course, if you, as long as you can take ab5, you should take ab5 in this pawn structure, so that first of all the d5 pawn doesn't become isolated after cb. Secondly, you always have the option of coming c5 and c4 later in the game. So ab5 has been taken, and a good point to illustrate would also be the pawn islands concept.
Yes.
So here we see that there are these this pawn cluster and this pawn cluster. So these 3 pawns form one island, and these 3 pawns which are together form another island. Whereas after cb5, it would be 3 pawn islands for black, because these 2 would form one cluster, this one is a separate pawn island, and these 3 remain together. So it's tougher to defend 3 pawn islands than 2 pawn islands, and also as long as the pawns are together, as Praveen ji explained, they are friends and they support each other.
In fact, no, there's a famous Russian saying that pawns and king are like infants. and they need to be guarded by others. Yeah.
Oh
So
wow, that's such a sweet way of putting it.
actually, Grandmaster Gooffield used to say, and very time he explained in a nice way. If it's explaining children, he say, "You have a small brother, small sister." Then they would say, "Yes, we have." And how your mother takes care of the child.
Oh,
It was so sweet. Gooffield was a very interesting, enterprising player and a trainer and also a player. He was coach of Mayachi Brunnerji for quite a few years, and he was a good, strong player, but mainly very clear in his explaining. Although he had limitations of English, but we never failed to understand what he wanted to say.
did you get a chance to work with him?
Not to work with him, but
Or any of
yeah, I
the-
played with him quite a few times, and I had a draw, and I beat him once because he was not at his best generally. But yes, we learned a lot by interaction. Means okay, something which he was quite good at the classical school. Perhaps the modern school, he wasn't really very comfortable. Like Karpov and above portion was not very well known to him, but he was very good at classics and kingside attack, and he never played senseless moves. Whatever be the result, he probably never became one of the strongest players in the world, but he never played in the senseless moves, and his way of teaching was very clear. Okay, you have less time, so we would say explain, and the moves I suggest, the general principles, 99 times of 100 it will be correct. And if one time it is not correct, then it's your bad luck. But the way you play, he was criticizing some players, there's a chance that it could be bad all the time because you don't follow the general principles. So he believed in laying a strong foundation in the position. Like AB5 creates a strong structure. If black got C5, it would be a strong structure, so he would be playing for that. But one thing about this position is white has a good position, but how about the b3 bishop? Since it doesn't have a target, there's no way of improving the position, and c3 bd1 is not a great solution. c3 bd1, then again, what does the bishop do? So good bishop, which is not particularly a good piece.
Maybe she has to reroute it to f3 at some point and challenge it, or just c3, bishop c2 needs to be played at some point.
Yes, but then you need to guard c5 with something else, because if you play c3 and rook f c1 and bishop c2, it's still very awkward, because you have to do something with the a1 rook then.
ab5 does not seem like the most precise move in this position.
Yes, AB5, as long as it can be avoided, should be done. In fact, I was trying to play rook b8 for black. If white moved the a1 rook, I was suggesting rook b1, rook b8 for black in order to force AB, because then black is otherwise threatening ba. It's on black's agenda to force white to play AB, not on white's agenda to open the a file, unless you're getting a entry at a7, which he might have tactically planned. I don't see anything of that
So
sort. But
let's see how the game progressed. AB was met with h3 by Vaishali. So no
so
tactical
direct
ideas.
h3 was better because b into a4 is never a good move.
It's very unclear. Maybe she does not like b4. Is that what she not?
b4 a5 should be
But
disaster.
c4 is always possible after.
And also
b4.
a5 first, I think.
Yes, and a5 first, not allowing black to play a5 and have this pawn structure.
Yes, and once you get the ending, I'm going to win the a6 pawn because your well-placed bad bishop doesn't come back to c8 so easily. Now this should be bad for. I mean, it is black is surviving on tactics and calculation. White is a fundamentally good game. b4 I don't approve of, but h3 would have been more logical move than ab. Let's see.
Even here h3.
Yes, I thought that's what I'm. Because after ab h3.
But she probably doesn't like a5. Now I'm thinking about it.
But now ABCB, you have at least more islands, ABCB, C3, but perhaps it gets simplified. Yeah, perhaps. And yeah.
Oh no, not bishop e7, but c3 directly. Yes.
Yeah, but then I think A4, B4
Oh,
is. Yeah.
but then you have a4. So
Bishop goes
it's
to D1.
annoying.
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
you
but,
take first
and then
and
play
then
C3.
play c3. But then it's almost equal.
B4 also. A4 or B4. Yeah, it will be on B4 undermining is also possible, I think. No.
Right.
Yeah, black has probably equalized. In that case, rook f d8 didn't serve great purpose that way, but because the same could have been tried one move before a5.
a5 could have been played here as well.
Yeah. So
So maybe this is what Vaishali did not like, and that's why she has taken ab5, not giving black the chance to play a5 herself.
and if black plays CB anyway, planning a5, then she would probably stop a5 in some way. Because after rook f8, I don't know.
Then we always have bishop
Bishop
b6.
b6. And then probably we go for some strategic play. So AB, okay. So she wants to clarify. I think she wants to play a bit safe as well because perhaps she may not have played this position many times. Not many Royal Open open players here. So the if you're playing unusual opening, there's always an advantage that once I lost to a player who was not so good, so I didn't understand what happened, and then one of players from the same country said he's not a strong player, but he plays the same system for last 15 years, and he knows that position better than anybody else in the world. So I think that was the important thing, and perhaps it was just the opening choice that does matter. If I played something else, I might have done differently because you never knew what players played in those days, and you just played your normal game.
Yeah, that's a very good point that Praveenji made, that there are different styles of approaching the opening. Some players have a very wide repertoire and play all sorts of different things like Harika over here. And then there are a few players who play fixed openings, but they know their openings so well. For example, Gukesh is a great example of having a very fixed repertoire between the time when he was a 2500 or early 2600 player till he crossed 2700. He actually had a very fixed repertoire from white and black. With black he only played the classical system, Sicilian classical system, and the Queen's Gambit decline system, and with white he only played a certain opening, certain setup, and did not change according to opponent or anything, and because and that is how he crossed 2700 with having that fixed repertoire.
Yes, it's always difficult to get such a great rating and get such a great result. A gold in the Olympiad with and 8 out of 8 in the Olympiad on the top board, which even Kasparov or others had not achieved. So something great energy he has shown and a great creativity. I think one of his assets is accuracy and creativity is almost of highest level. Now that we are discussing this position, if from Black's point of view, what is Black's plan? I was not able to find a plan for Black for a long time, but now I got a plan for Black. And if I play Queen E8 and Queen F8, I'll eventually get C5. The whether time permits that is different. But if I force C5, then I could be better. So that could be a plan, and for H3, perhaps it comes into consideration. If you are going to drive away that bishop, then it's a plan. I was just working out. Sometimes that's the advantage you have in a classical game because this position is before us, and I was all about while we were talking. Subconsciously I'm trying to find out what Black can do. So this idea occurred to me.
Wow.
So I don't know if it works, but perhaps Queen E8 and Queen F8 is a possibility.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea. However, Black did not go for it. The idea behind Queen E8 and Queen F8, as Praveen ji explained, is the bishop has to move or take on E7, and after that C5 becomes even more feasible, which is something we have been trying to achieve for a really long time. So, Queen E8, nice idea here, but Harika went for Queen B7, and she thought for about 7 minutes over here, and before playing Queen B7. So she simply wants to exchange and play Rook A8 next.
But then first she has to do something about the E7 bishop.
Yes.
So take and rook exchange both the rooks. White will have a so what she wants is the BB3 is not participating. So I just exchange everything, and I'll let you come to E7 because what you do with one single queen, that's a possibility. So she just wants to play take and rook A8. But the danger is white goes back, giving you a file, and then she exchanges with Queen A7. Okay, perhaps. Yeah, it's a reasonable plan. You play bishop C5, Queen C5, rook A1, rook A1, rook A8, and if your opponent moves the rook, then you play Queen A7, and then you achieve C5 eventually. And if the rooks are exchanged, bishop stuck on B3 will never come into play. So black is not in real danger. White may be able to get a perpetual check with Queen E7 and E6 in that position after the Queen on C5. So this is also a concrete plan, but more or less aiming at rook exchange. I was trying to keep the rooks, also a different plan. So white actually has no productive plan in that case because of bishop on B3.
But I actually like your plan a little more because Queen E8, like the suggestion by you makes very much sense, because c5 c4 is something we were looking
Yes, in
at.
fact, if I get c5, I could be almost in a winning position. That's why I'm playing for that. And white bishop on b3 is badly. Queen b7 probably has some plan, as we discussed. But even after you achieve that plan, you are going to only equalize, because when you exchange everything on a8, white plays queen e7, and you penetrate with queen e1 check, there's going to be a perpetual check there.
She probably is uncomfortable with bishop b6.
Yeah, I understand, but I play rook c8.
Or even rook
Yeah,
a1
take
now.
and rook 8, take and rook 8 now. She probably gets the same position, but now rook 8, queen 8, bishop c5, I still go queen f8. Or maybe queen a1 check, I don't know. But this is I can play queen a1 check and queen f1 after bishop exchange, no?
Oh yes.
First queen a1 check, then take bishop into bishop and queen f1.
And it would be
Uh,
force mate on g2.
Yes, after preliminary
Oh,
queen
no.
f8 on the
Queen
queen g1
and
queen
queen
e2,
f4.
queen f4. Okay, I didn't see queen f4, so
Yeah,
queen e2.
sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I don't think queen e8 was an unsound move for sure.
Yes, queen e8 was a very nice, subtle idea here, which was difficult to find, I would
Yeah, I
say.
think it's a
Backward moves are always difficult to find.
yeah. Also, sort of know how to attack c5 has to be your main concern, which was not her concern. Probably she has a concern where she wants to exchange, and her plan is also good. I think black is out of danger that way.
So life is all about priorities.
Yes, and the b3 bishop, had it been somewhere else, for example, b3 bishop has no actually good square, but had it been on h3 or somewhere, and then g4 f5 might have come. So then bishop b3.
Or maybe e2.
e2, yeah, e2 was then g, but f5 is still difficult to achieve then.
Okay, so white's main problem we understand now in this position. Oh, she has played king h2,
Oh, I think she's
h5.
okay. She's planning after that exchange. She was planning g5, g4 or something. But even now, g4 is very
And rook a e1.
okay. So she wants to smash with g4 now. Okay, so things have been made up. But queen a7.
Queen a7, this is hanging.
Ah, sorry, yeah. Okay.
So she cannot play queen a7 easily. But why take on c5? Because she doesn't. Her idea was to exchange on
yeah,
a1.
so white immediately. So your ideas are not always productive. They can be taken care. And now g4, after you play h5, g4 can be a. I mean, it can be a deciding factor. No, g4 could be good or bad, but
So here she had to play rook a8 if she was going for this rook exchange, right? Because
yeah.
but then again white would not allow and
Yeah.
play rook f1 or rook g1.
And since king h2 has been played, I don't have queen a7. So rook a6 is too slow, I think. Rook a6 and queen a7. Yeah, rook a6 perhaps. And yeah, rook a6 and queen a7. So as we can see, it's so we have a interesting position here, and we don't really know what was happening, but it's clear that Vaishali is going for a kingside attack, and she has. I don't know if Harika's choice of h5 was all that accurate. I'm a bit worried about the king side, black's king side, because white could play a move like g4, and perhaps black was planning to push d4, which has been taken care of, and black cannot retreat queen e7. Black cannot exchange queens with queen a7 unless there is a tactical justification after queen into c6, which I don't see. So black is going to find it difficult to make moves, and white's moves are quite clear. White is going to play g4 next and f5 quickly. So that's a possibility. Sometimes a sacrifice rook into e4 and f5 also is a possibility. Perhaps queen c7 could be a sensible move. Now it's a complex position. White is going to play for kingside attack. So it's I think we'll watch this game for some time. Some interesting action is likely to happen. Although black should be okay here, nothing much has been done. But now it's a game that is going to be decided by time element. That how quickly you strike and how well placed you are to guard against the opponent's what opponent is planning. So, for example, here black got d4, black would be okay. So black was not getting d4, without losing material. And white's only drawback is the b3 bishop. So black, even if black is getting d4 in middle game, black should think twice, because white gets e6 and such attacking possibilities. This bishop is not particularly good, and it has problems, but once d4 is played, in that case the bishop could become very strong. So white at the moment maintaining slight advantage, and black needs to defend more accurately. When your king is weak, it's always good to play even equal positions, because in if the position is equal in spite of your king being uh, in a weak position, it means that you have some other advantages. At the same time, weak king has to be a matter of concern. And even for the topmost level, have you ever seen the top players weakening their kings? For example, Carlsen or Anand never played with weak king, and that's one of the things which we must remember. So even if the position is equal, if you presume, white is still very pleasant. And I'm just explaining that how d4 anytime, if it comes, is not coming now, but d4 would open up the bishop anytime. So it's not in black's interest to play d4, even if the bishop was not hanging, as I was saying. So, well, I think it's easier for white to play this position. So she decided to stop that. Yes, so it was a serious threat according to her. And well, now
All right, so it is now a great summarization of the position by Praveen ji. And before we catch up with the rest of the games, let's go to a quick break and see the player stats. We will be back shortly. Welcome back after the break. You are here watching the round 7 of the Women Grand Prix with us, taking place in New Delhi from the 25th of March to the 6th of April. So, Praveenji, let's have a look at the standings in the tournament right now, the tournament cross table, which is on screen at the moment. Who are the players that have impressed you the most so far?
Yes, I think, well, it's difficult to say because everybody has played very accurately, and even the players who have not scored well also have played very fighting chess. But yes, so far, of course, Bibisara has been very impressive, and she is the youngest participant, and she has impressed most. And Zhu China, yes, such a fantastic attacking player in combination. You know, like it's some of her combinations are Tal-like combinations or Alekhine-like combinations with sort of accuracy. So they have done very well. And most of the players, particularly the ones who were born in the late 80s or 90s, they have shown such a great, strong positional base that they have actually, it's been becoming very difficult for them to beat each other. And yes, sometimes the games have ended in blunders because the positions have been very equal. And mental energy and stamina also have mattered a lot. So some mistakes are taking place in the last hour, which means that the technical knowledge, strategic knowledge is almost equal and nobody is able to make a headway till there is less time. So very impressive, very fighting games. On one day, all 4 resulting games. Yesterday, I think 3 resulting games and almost no attempts to play for a draw. Everybody wants to win and try to get into the World Championship. I think the reason for that is because it's such a high level tournament that they really want to qualify to the World Championship.
Wonderful. And we also, in the break, were discussing a little bit about how chess originated in India, and we are so excited to have the first ever Women Grand Prix. It's the first elite event happening in India apart from the World Cup and the Olympiad. Olympiad, of course, took place last year. We also had the FIDE World Cup take place twice in India, one of which was won by Kasim Zanu, I believe, or Khalif Man, was it? In the year 2000, I remember
No, it was Vishwanathan Anand who won that.
Anand sir won it in Tehran, right?
This was not actually the World Championship. It was a knockout championship to find the challenger. There have been different formats.
Okay.
There have been I know 1 or 2 players. And Anand, I think the 2 players, the best players from here, they didn't play a match here. The best players from this tournament, I think Anand and Shirov, the final leg was played in Tehran. Yeah,
Oh, so it was in 2 parts.
yes, actually, what
That's
happened?
why.
It was a technical problem because such a type of event where entry is to be permitted to all the countries. That wasn't available in Iran, but World Championship was committed to Iran, and
Okay.
Iran had some visa restrictions, so they wouldn't allow players from all the countries to participate. It was the political reasons, and then FIDE didn't know. So the first part was conducted in India, and when the 2 players who had easy visa in Tehran qualified, then they played the match there. So technically, the World Championship between them was played there, but the tournament was essentially conducted here. And yes, India, as you said, the game originated in India. It's one of the things which, like there's no dispute about where the game originated, because there's many sports where people claim, different countries claim that it started like Kabaddi, for example, different countries may say, or table tennis. Various countries say that it started at our place. But India has originated, chess originated in India about 1,700, 1,800 years back. That's the records say, although there have been cases out there in instances of having a chess game or something. I'm not sure about mythology because mythology is also always vague, but historically.
I know a lot about mythology. Please
Yeah.
let me
So,
share
okay,
that
sure, yeah.
in fact Ravana, who was one of the mythological figures in our mythological epic called Ramayan, he was he is often termed as the inventor of chess, or a promoter of chess at least, because he used to love warfare, but to pass his time during the time when there was no war happening, he invented the game of chess. And there is also an alternate story that his wife did not want him to indulge into warfare, so she invented this game to help him pass his time in a way that he would enjoy.
Yes, but even going to before that, I mean, there are cases where people say that even Shiva and Parvati, the god and goddess, they also played chess. But
Oh, wow.
yeah, but obviously, I think one shouldn't be believing that. But yes, the game was known as Chaturanga when it originated, and Chaturanga why? Because it's army of four types, as you know. Apart from king and queen, queen was the basically the sort of general of the army. So apart from this, you had different four types of armies. That is the elephantry and the cavalry and of course infantry and camelry. Like they turn the original countries, there were camel soldiers on camels as well, which was not there in the Western countries. So these four type of armies were there and they were fighting a battle. This game is known as a royal game because it was taught to all the princes because they had to be good at warfare strategy, and this was taught to teach the warfare strategy because chess is a very strategic and theoretical game. So Chaturanga was a complex name, and as it moved to west in Persia, then today's Iran, they started calling it Shatranj, which is similar to Chaturanga but not exactly that, and eventually it went to the west. And the women also played chess apart from Mandodari or Shiva Parvati, which are mythological characters. But there is the oldest checkmate known to the chess field or chess world. Are you aware of that?
No, please tell me.
Yeah, so well, it's about a game of chess played around 1,500 years back by the Iranian queen, and Dil Aram was her name, and she knew chess so well that she corrected her husband, the king of Iran, into making a wrong move where a lot of things were at stake. And Dil Aram's mate is still available. You can just go. The chess rules were different then. The bishop moved only two squares and it could jump and different, but still it's a nice combination you should see as Dilaram's mate. So women were not behind in this particular sport even at that time 1,500 years back. And of course even today there are a lot of women players who play, and this is an activity which men and women enjoy equally. And then, of course, the modern chess was, I think the rules of modern chess were formed about 600 years back in the Western Europe. In Spain and Italy, I think they contributed maximum to, and France, they contributed maximum to the today's rules of chess, where castling and other rules were brought in.
But also India itself has had such a huge tradition of champions in the sport. We have had the Khadilkar sisters. We were talking about women not lagging behind, like the Polgar sisters in the West, who served as a great inspiration for women players all over the world. Not only women players, but also all players, I would say. But in India, we had the Khadilkar sisters, who were the pioneers during their times, and all three of them were national champion and part of the national team at one point.
Yes, and the first 10 Indian Women's Championships were won by one of them all the time. So Vasanti won it once, and Jayashree 4 times, and Rohini 5 times. And it was really difficult for the other women to catch up. 11th and 12th championship were won by Bhagyashree, but that's the first time the championship went out of the Khadilkar family. So it was a great tradition they had also, and they had good training method. They were praised even by in the Soviet Union and other countries they visited, and they played Olympiad many times. And they're great players in their own right. The times, of course, changed things, but Jayashree was the first Asian Women's Champion. That's the first time the Asian Women's Championship was conducted.
Oh.
Jayashree was the strongest player and she won the championship. Subsequently, I think Rohini won it also, and then it was Bhagyashree and Anupama Gokhale and Anupama Abhyankar then. So many players won that. I think Anupama before, and then Bhagyashree. So many Indian women players have won Asian championships as well and Commonwealth championships. The British championship was once by Bhagyashree Sathe then and Vasanti Khadilkar jointly. It was a tie which was not broken. So Indian women had done well in the West and also in some tournament in Russia. India had great tradition. And then of course with Humpy and Vijayalakshmi emerging, then it was a different era starting. But yes, women chess in India has always been great. As we saw in the Olympiad, 44th Olympiad, we were the top seed. So
Yes.
that itself is a great achievement in my opinion. And
Absolutely.
you have been world junior champion. I think the first world junior champion. No, I think you became after Humpy.
Yes,
And
I mean Anand in men was the
yeah,
first World Junior champion from India. Then Humpy became the World Junior champion, I think, in 2002. And then Harika and Abhijit Gupta won it together. Abhijit Gupta became the boys champion in 2008,
8 probably. Yeah.
and Harika became the girls champion in 2008. I missed Hari. Hari also won the World Junior.
In 93, after, yeah,
No,
not
I
90,
think
2003, 2003.
Yeah, I think he won it in 2004
3 or 4,
or 4
yeah.
in Kochi in
Okay.
India
2004, I thought.
in
but okay, yeah.
2004.
Oh.
And then Abhijit and Harika both won the World Junior title together in 2008 in Turkey, and it was the first time I witnessed a Indian chess player become the World Junior champion live, and that served as a great inspiration to me, and I won the World Junior championship next year. And I must give a lot of credit to both these players for inspiring me that an Indian can also win world titles.
Yes, I think a fantastic result for you as well, because World Junior Champion is. I mean, one year we win, it doesn't mean that next year we are going to win. It's a great performance. So Soumya is a World Junior Champion. The time Abhijit Gupta won it, I think even the second participant was Indian, isn't it? The second
Parimarjan Negi.
Parimarjan Negi. So
Yes.
you can see sometimes about 10 years back also India dominated chess, and I think in under 18 Aarti had won the world championship also.
Yes.
So quite a few Indian women have won the world championships, and it's a great tradition. And the Olympiad was, I think, one of the proofs of it, that we started as a top seed. So that itself means that we have the best team. That's what. And it was, it's a great tradition in India, and well, it maintains. Also, the women players are very focused, Indian women players, and it's a great result we can expect.
And I wanted to ask you, before we move on to the games, one last question, that your wife, Bhagyashree ma'am, you also mentioned her right now while speaking about women's chess. She has been 5 times Indian national champion. She was part of the Indian women's team several times in the Olympiad, Asian champion, Commonwealth champion, British champion, and of course senior. She won the senior gold in the Commonwealth recently in the Open as well as the women's section. So you were also her trainer, and what was the training system that time?
Well, I think training system had to be devised ourselves. Bhagyashree has actually played in 9 Olympiads, which is a record by Indian standards.
Wow.
So 9 chess Olympiad. The most important thing in those days was to teach the strategical play, because in those days when books were not available, it was more natural for women to play aggressive and kingside attack game. I don't know, somehow at that time women believed only in kingside attack. They didn't believe in the strategic play. And the aggression was quite good and positive aggression. So they tried to play for checkmate, and Bhagyashree first learned kingside attack very well. But of course, she had to be taught also about the side effects of unsuccessful attack and that. And she had drawn with Vishwanathan Anand once when she was, Anand was young, but Anand was already about 2-5, and Bhagyashree was completely winning, and she had a perpetual check and a mate simultaneously. So Anand cleverly offered her to draw, and she took the draw in time trouble. So that was it. But yeah, some games she had played, and I think the training method basically was to not only it had to be devised, but it to create a unique style apart from teaching, to create something original, because she had good imagination. And scientific play was little less, to teach her scientific as well as without losing the imagination was a challenge. And I think for every student, the coach has to devise a new method, because you have to teach something without the player losing its natural talent. Very often it happens that in order to teach something which is well known, trainers sometimes criticizes the natural play of the student, and then the pupils are generally not able to keep their own style, because without changing the style, I think we have to do that. That's a challenge, because we have players of different styles. So for her, her aggression had to be reduced a bit without losing its originality, and that was the method all about.
Wow, wonderful insights into the history of chess in India and the training methods as well. Thank you so much, Praveen ji. Let's move on to the games now. Can we have the board on the screen as well? We have had two results already. We did have a look at Nino's game and we did expect the game to end very quickly. So let's go and have a look at the final position. Sorry. Knight was on d6 when black played queen h4, king f2 and f5. This was the position where we left the game. White continued with pawn takes f6, knight takes, knight into pawn, queen d4 check. All of this was looked at during our analysis. White played bishop e3. Now the b2 rook is hanging, but a1 rook is hanging, but the queen gives a check on b2 first, and after bishop e2 she picks up rook f6, not queen a1, all right, and white played rook to d1, so black picked up another pawn. Black is completely winning with the idea to make a new queen, and also d6.
Knight is trapped. Yes, knight is trapped.
Trapped. So knight
no,
b7.
It tries to go to c5, but then even d4 wins. That picks up that knight. b2 picks up a rook.
That's exactly what happened. d4 was played. Bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes, queen e7. Knight is stuck on b7. So knight comes to a5. b2 with the threat to make a new queen on b1. Bishop d3 controlling b1 square. Queen c5 pinning the rook and winning it in a few moves. Knight b3. Queen b6, attacking the knight on b3, and Nino finally had enough of the suffering and resigned over here.
Yes, e5 is a possibility, queen b3 is attacked.
So this game was definitely a result of one move disaster with b4 followed by knight b5 in the opening. We will do a quick roundup of this game after all the games are over. Let's go to Nana's game because that is also over. It's so unexpected, as we were discussing, and we did not see the game would end so quickly as it did.
Although overall we saw white was playing in black's hands in this game too.
So let's have a look at what happened. After knight b5, black played knight b5, black played bishop to e6, knight b3, rook f7, a wonderful move by Lagno. Rook fd1, rook d7, guarding the d4 pawn, rook d2 with the intention to play rook a d1. Black played queen f6, again a precise move. Rook a d1, rook a d8. And here white simply played king h1, waiting. Black plays king h8, again waiting. Queen c1 and g5. Black has to create play on the king side where white is very passive. So white played queen c2.
I think rook f1 was forced here. Whether you like it or not, and you're not going to have any counterplay, you shouldn't lose immediately, as you said. Yes, at least you are not losing immediately, but black will probably wait with knight g7 once you release the pressure, but you always have knight d6. I think to play queen c2 is probably ignoring the king side completely, I think. I don't know, it was perhaps a panic reaction.
Yes,
but f4 has to be captured with a piece. You can't open your king with rook g7 coming, and as I said, e3 will anytime separate the king side and queen side. So nobody will come to the rescue of the bishop on g2. So after queen c2, gf4, it seems over, no, the game.
Yeah, queen c2, a very big miss here, because after takes on f4 with the pawn, the f4 pawn is again another weakness to defend against, and the g file is open. So queen h4 was played, threatening queen f4. And after rook f1, which was not played actually.
Okay, so
black would probably simply play knight f6 and knight g4.
Yes, but you still, I think even if you are losing after the forced move, if you are losing after the forced move, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't play the forced move. I think it was forced to play that. I think knight f6 you have knight d6 and knight g4 you have h3. So rook f1 was probably the only way. Although rook f1 was, but black is completely winning anyway. I think opening the g file has been allowing to open the g file and white is concentrating on taking a d4 pawn. What does it actually matter? When the king is in danger, somehow it's a panic reaction also. After realizing that she couldn't do anything with the extra pawn on c5, it's a panic reaction that allow the pawn to be. Rook f1 was necessary, and now Even
White
now.
played knight d6.
Okay, now.
So that was followed not by queen f4 but by knight f6 anyway, because we have knight g4, queen h2 mate. So, and also knight e3 coming in. So knight took the pawn on d4, and after knight g4, h3 is forced, knight takes d4, rook takes d4, knight f2 check, king h2 and rook g8. Black won the game as white resigned. Queen g3, queen g2 coming in.
Yes,
and
queen b3 becomes the only move that stops it immediately. So yeah, and probably
queen
f.
f4
No, also I think e3, queen into e3, knight g4 check is neat.
is enough.
Yeah,
is
it's very neat, I think, no? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very brutal finish to a well played game by Lagno, and a very suspicious opening by white, we would say. I think f4 here
Yeah,
was the first mistake.
It's a big fundamental mistake, and unless you are winning an exchange or at least a pawn, you wouldn't play such a move generally.
Creating a lot of weaknesses, and as a result black got a wonderful pawn structure in the center, after which white became very passive. And a great game by Katrina Lagno. She must be very happy with her play in this round. So kudos to Lagno for winning a good game, and good luck to Nana for a strong comeback. Good players always fight it out and come back strongly. So we will hope for the same for Nana as well. Let's have a look at Vaishali versus Harika, which is in its which has reached this end game, and with Vaishali playing on seconds, but we must also mention that they have already finished 35 moves, and it's a pretty simple position to play.
An obvious draw probably, because white loses the e5 pawn and wins the e4 pawn. Like pawn into pawn check, king into pawn, rook e5, rook e2, and we are heading for a obvious draw. So let's see how the game went, because they played very fighting, but a sharp position also can lead to a draw. You both played well. So at one stage I really I was worried about black's position. Black seemed to be in some difficulty, but I think she has managed to, she has wriggled out to a equal position. Perhaps we can go through the game. Where we had left was, I think, g4 was being planned. No, black had played h5, which looked a bit strange. So, but of course, the activity of pieces. Interesting opening. White's choice didn't actually earn anything, but eventually White was able to get some kingside attack. Let's go back and see. This game also should end very quickly.
So h5 was played. This is where we left it.
And rook a e1, where we thought even e6 could be a in air e6 and rook into e4 and some bishop e6. It's now a confusing position. But
so black took on c5, white took back, and black played bishop f5. So can you see, I mean, if I could only draw out the path of the bishop first came to f5, then it came to e4 voluntarily, and now it's gone back to f5 voluntarily.
Once it came to e6 also.
First it came to e6 as well. Yes. So it has already made 4 moves, and bishop e4, bishop f5, both voluntary moves by black. So bishop f5 played, not allowing any kind of e6 and rook e4 ideas, and not allowing f5 ideas as well.
Even rook e4 and f5 or direct f5, it was very dangerous to allow such.
So it's a safe move.
Yes, and should white get g4, white will win here, but now the trick is to stop g4 for some time.
So queen d7 stopping g4, queen f2 played, and king g7 was played by black with the idea to play rook h8 as well. So queen c5 and
queen f3 didn't work. That means queen f3, rook h8 probably, yeah, or something worse.
Yes.
Yeah, or c5. I don't know, c5, g4.
It's a tricky position actually.
Yeah, because g4 is risky. Hg, rook h8 check.
Yeah, and
bishop e4, rook h8 check, king g3, bishop e4.
And this looks
queen f2 or something.
bad.
Yes, and I think black is winning here. No, queen e7 probably.
Yes, and rook h1 is not possible.
And g5, queen e6 back. Like yesterday's queen d7 back perhaps. No rook into e4. But okay, it's not coming. So like yesterday's Bibisara's game, no? Shuttling the queen after creating fresh weaknesses. So king g7 was a nice move, and the natural move to prevent h5 because rook h8 is coming. In such open games, normally the moves breaks like g4 don't come so easily. They have to be calculated very well. So perhaps Vaishali came back queen f2 with the idea of playing g4, and then suddenly she realized that nothing much was coming out of it. She could be worse actually, even if she got g4, because queen on f3 would be bad, and that she couldn't leave the support of c5 point. Black advancing c5 could be disastrous.
So let's have a look at how the game continued. She played queen c5, controlling c5, and after rook e8, not rook h8 but rook e8 by black, white plays rook e2, rook a6. Very solid game by black as well, we must say.
Yeah.
Like, she has not gone for any kind of desperate attempts, not gotten tempted with placing the rook on h8.
Yeah,
Rooks are all well
rook
placed.
h8 actually doesn't make sense till white has played g4. So I think it's good on e8. So sometimes you could attack, and in endgame you could undermine the e5 pawn with g5 sometimes.
Yes, here she offered an exchange of queens, and it doesn't make any sense to deny it. Maybe she can play queen d4 so that her pawn structure would be better after black takes.
Yeah, perhaps. But bishop e4 back might threaten c5 then.
Queen d4, maybe she does not like bishop e4 as Praveen ji suggests, and now c5 is threatened because bishop on e4 protects the d5 pawn. Wonderful move by Praveen ji. So that's why she took on a7, and after rook a7, g4 was played. H h takes, bishop to d3, rook d2, and bishop e4 back, not to c4, because this bishop is doing nothing at the moment. So let white come and exchange
Yes,
it.
if white doesn't play bishop c2, g5 will probably win a pawn. So white must exchange and then plan to. Yeah, I mean g5,
No.
king g3 will be unfortunate. Pawn into pawn check and rook e7. So you must create a weakness on e4. So bishop c2 must have been played here.
No, she
Yeah.
played king g3 first, and
Okay,
after
okay.
g5 bishop c2,
Okay, yeah,
it
okay.
comes to
Yeah,
the
it's
same.
Yeah. So you need to guard the pawn. So if you play bishop into c2 and attack the pawn, it doesn't make any sense. White just plays rook e1. So she played this first.
And white took, black took, and played rook e1, and after we take,
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Yeah, objectively a triumph because black has won the pawn, but white gets back the pawn on the next move. And
So,
yeah, obvious draw. Has the game ended or it's still going on?
no, the game is still going on. 41st move on the board, black to play. It is possible that the game will end in a draw soon, but it is a king pawn endgame, so maybe either side will try and wait for their opponent's mistake, and if the opponent is able to show that they can hold this endgame, they'll agree to a draw.
Yeah, I think make mistake also. I'm trying to figure out what mistake can be made in order to lose. But for king g5, king f3 makes black's pleasant position. King g5, king g3, c5 makes black's position a bit pleasant.
Yes.
So white has to play king g3, and then anyway there is f5 break will lead to a very simple position with no chance of any penetration. So should be a draw unless a big error takes place. So king g5, black's turn to play king g5 looks logical, and king f3, and yeah, so yeah, nothing much is can be expected. Perhaps a draw offer also, we don't know. It's possible that a player offers a draw because there's nothing much in this position. Yeah, so king g5, king f3. So if you play c5, I can play either. I know moves like b3 are possible, but could be avoided as well. But still, no damages. I don't think there is any real blunder that can be made as well. And unless you give up a pawn straight, there is no way to really get this position. I don't think there's chance to grind. What I mean is, not really much of activity here. So
Yes. Can we have can we have the player cam, please?
so okay, let's see. I think the has the game ended in a draw. It seems that players are signing out. So yes, the game has actually ended in a draw. So a very well fought game by both the players, and I think Harika's play was more flexible, and Vaishali's play, I must say, was more aggressive. and a very complex. The king on e4 has appeared it only to indicate that it's a drawn game. So as we see, nice game and king here, and nothing much. So c5, and I think was no, king e4 was not played. For the viewers, king e4 appears as a when the game ends, the kings are placed at e4 and e5. Rather, when white it's like placing the king after the game. So this game has ended in a very obvious draw. The pawn ending, there's no chance for anybody. So we'll quickly have a look at how they played the opening, and generally they don't play this opening. So uh, earlier Harika had played only Petrov defense, only one white only one black Harika had in against e4. Against d4 there were different openings. So usually she played the Russian defense, which is knight f6 here, and this time she didn't play knight f6, but she played knight c6, and for bishop b5 a6 and bishop a4 knight f6 castles, and the standard move here is bishop e7 or b5 followed by bishop c5. There's a move b5 followed by bishop c5 which was trending about 10 years back a lot, and the bishop e7 move is there for almost 100 years now. They're the solid most systems, and knight into e4 is comparatively less popular move at top level, although there are some instances, but a move that gives some strategic advantage to white at the cost of I know black in turn gets lot of activity. So black is taking a permanent disadvantage for a temporary initiative, and it turns out to be good. And yes, here the normal move is d into e5, because then the d5 pawn is attacked, and then bishop e6 is the only way to play. And white tries to exchange the e4 knight with knight bd2 and various other moves. There are different ways of playing this position, and this opening Roy Lopez open variation was more common in the 80s and late 70s. Now it's not all that popular, but it's still a good system, I must say, complex. Knight into e5, not a very ambitious move, I think. Move that probably allows a easy equality, because now the d5 pawn is safe, and c6 was a choice I didn't know. I expected bishop e6 followed by c5, but I'm sure that players know that and they don't want the e4 knight to get into trouble. So e4 knight has a escape at c5. So knight bd2. I think this allows the exchange of that knight, and then probably I was expecting white to play queen e2 followed by f3 or some sort, trying to trap the knight here. Perhaps queen e2 and then f3 or bishop e3, c3, a slow game. Knight b2 allows black to exchange a few pieces. Knight on e4 is an asset, but it can also be a target. So that's one of the reasons why white doesn't exchange it quickly. And now, since white doesn't have an attack in white doesn't have a knight on attack on f3, it's not easy to attack. For example, in a structure pawn into e5, when normally knight bd2 is played, black doesn't capture because the f3 knight could open up on the king side. But now, having played knight into e5, now there is not much point in exchanging the knights with knight bd2. Had there been knights on f3 and c6, then the knight on f3 would have been strong if black removed the knight on e4. So from that point of view, knight bd2 doesn't really isn't an attempt to get some advantage. What do you think, Soumya? With one more pair of knight, it was possible to get some attack. But
Yes.
now this looks like a very simple position. Although there are some tricks, but queen h5, yes. Vaishali played very aggressively, trying to provoke weaknesses, and g6 and f4. If should white get f5 directly, white should be in a better position. Not that f5 is a threat here, because after f5 black can play g6. So it's not actually a threat directly, but it's a. I mean, I think it was interesting to play something like queen d7, provoking f5, and then play queen a7 check followed by g6. Or I don't know. I was just thinking of queen d7, f5, g6.
Oh,
And if you take f into e6, then I win the queen, queen a7 check. Yeah. So
this is a very nice line.
yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, and so it was possible, because there's always a tactical possibility that f5 by itself is not a threat if g6 comes, and fg structures Yes, you have problem in castling, but you have got a good pawn structure. So position is not particularly bad. Black could castle on the queen side, which is a very common possibility. King b7 and c5 generally gives black a comfortable play. And the rooks will be exchanged in this. And as the things stand, I mean, black is not worse even in that. f5 wasn't really a threat, I felt. But the players are playing at the level where they can't expect a blunder with pawn into bishop queen a7 check. So she played a safe line g6, and she wants to castle on the king side. Normally the king is safe where you have pawn majority. So black king is, although black has moved the pawns, black king will be perfectly safe at b7, because black has more pawns on the queen side, and the king side there's always a potential danger of getting the game opened up as soon as white gets f5. If white gets f5 anytime, the king on g8 will always be in trouble. So she stopped f5 all the time.
Wow, wonderful. And queen e2 was played, bishop f5 and bishop to e3, and we more or less covered this game after this with controlling g4, and it was a very solid game by Harika, I would say. Vaishali was trying to create some sort of activity on the king side with g4 and f5, but Harika was able to keep everything under control with her bishop, mighty bishop on e4, and which also switched back to f5 whenever it was convenient.
Yeah. And after bishop c5, rook f d8, if black really, if black wanted to play for win, black should have gone queen e8 and queen f8, but I think it's too much also. So
yes, this was a very nice plan suggested. Actually, we did not like the idea with ab5 earlier, but then we noticed that black can play a5, and maybe then it makes sense to take on b5, and but then once you take on b5, it's clear that black has at least equalized.
Yes, and but black could really try to push c5, so queen e8 and queen f8, and after bishop exchange c5. If black got that, then there would be a chance. But obviously, I think it's time consuming, and what she played was also fine. So I think overall simplified game. So queen b7 and king, h5 and king g7 was timely played after the exchanges.
In fact, bishop f5 first, not even allowing any kind of rook e4 sacrifices. And very controlled game by Harika and Vaishali as well. She was able to
I think queen f2 here was probably inaccurate. She didn't realize that she was not getting that anyway. So probably
c3.
But c3, then you still have, we don't have bishop c2. So you still have
d4 she does not like.
Yeah, so c3 probably prevents d4. No, but f4
but
is
c3,
f4 is weak. Yeah,
d4,
f4 is weak. You can't take on c6 after the exchange because you lose f4. So I think black is in a, I mean, rook d1 d3. You can never win that. You can never pin and win that pawn. Rook d1 d3. Your bishop. Yeah. So bishop c. I mean, it would have been a crazy game, bishop c2 or something. But rook a2 and rook d2 and bishop c2. But I'm sure that it's possible to play, but
unnecessary from white at least. What about here d4?
Yes, in fact I expected black to play d4, but there must be a
g4.
tactical refutation here, pawn into pawn, pawn into pawn, and then I think first queen h4 or
first e6 maybe.
e6, and
we take, and black takes bishop takes, or
I think bishop e6 and rook g4 should be good.
And rook g4,
Yes, I think the pawn minus is no longer significant because it's the safety of king, and the g6 pawn can't be guarded 3 times.
Yeah, this was an important error that was not played out in the game, because wonderfully spotted by both the sides.
Yes.
And d4 was rightfully avoided by black, and she played king to
I think
g7.
king g7 is the only move that actually prevents this type of tactics. First of all, getting out of the diagonal, and I don't know what she would have played for queen d4. That was an interesting choice here, and
maybe queen e7 or queen. Oh, e6 is the idea.
Yeah,
so
queen e7 is still probably okay because e6 f6 I'm going to win that pawn. So I don't know, queen e7 is
or even queen c7, but then queen c5.
Yeah,
yes?
queen c7, queen c5. So queen e7 I think intends to push c5, and black must be better here. E6, or even queen f6. No, but I think c6 is, f6 is better. I think black is much better here. c5, d4 and c5, c4 coming. So e6 break makes sense only if it's a break. It's not a break, it's only a push. Push. Yeah, it's only a push.
So king g7 was played, queen c5, rook e8, rook e2, and rook a6 with the idea to play queen a7. Direct queen a7 was not working. Let's not blunder away all our pawns. So rook a6 first, supporting c6 with the idea to go into the end game, which is completely equal.
Yeah, and white should play g4 and such moves because otherwise black is going to win the e5 pawn anyway. So white's play was also very precise, bishop c2 and king g3. Without that, black is going to exchange the g pawn for f pawn and win the e5 pawn free. So in order to stop that, white had to either exchange the bishops at e4 or at c2, in which case the pawn could be guarded twice when you attack. Now because the bishop is not there on e4, I just guard the pawn and with a completely drawn ending. And that's what happened. Is the game was also equally drawn ending. Only black had a option of being a pawn up for one move,
Yes,
and
rook
black had a
a7.
pleasure of being a pawn up for a moment. So
And
rook e1 and gf4. So black is a pawn up, but black loses the pawn on the very next move.
yes, and the e4 pawn is lost, and it's a completely equal king pawn endgame with no breakthrough for either side. So black's position does look more pleasant. Sorry,
Yeah, this
this
king
is a
e4 was, yeah, as drawn agreed. So they placed the kings at e4 and e5. So that's the reason why this move is played.
yes, the king e4 was not actually played, but even king g3 here would be completely
Yeah,
a draw because there is no
I think king g3,
breakthrough.
b3, everything was fine. I think
Yes, and just king e5, and there is no
king
king
entry.
to
Yes.
d4.
Yeah.
The king doesn't have any entry, and it's a draw. So we have covered 3 games, but the one game that we did not cover is also available now. So
Oh, okay.
Bibisara has drawn with Humpy. I did request, and they also gave an interview just now. I did saw both the players speaking about the game, so we would probably play the interview at the end of the stream.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the game. We covered it until one point: c4, e6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, d5, knight f3, d4, short castle. This is the same variation as Bibisara played against Harika, but
She
there
played
she
d3
went
in that
d3,
game.
and this it led to a very complicated game after d3 bishop b4 check. But here she opted for the castle idea. Knight c6, there is no need to play c5. Let's play e5 directly. So e3, e5, take, and knight takes. And here white played knight e5, which is a surprising option. Usually it's good to give up this pawn for black, because black gets a lead in development in return for the lost pawn, and also these squares, once the knight moves, this diagonal becomes very weak for white.
Yeah, but I think it's an ambitious move, knight e5, because if you're pawn up, and if your opponent is not able to justify the sacrifice, and if you're able to push d4 anytime yourself, you could be better. So a great move by great sacrifice by Humpy. She wants to play for a win, and let's see. Also, I don't think white should have played knight into d4 anyway. So perhaps it's an interesting position. And well, how did black continue in this? Because I think bishop d6, bishop c5, bishop e7, there are various options. A quick castling is called for, and if white gets d4 anytime, and white is able to remove the knight from d4, it will be um, a good position. If nothing happens for another 15-20 moves, nothing serious happens, then white will remain a pawn up. So let's see how the game went.
Bishop e7 was played. White plays d3, short castle, knight d2, rook e8 was played. So white did manage to retain the pawn on e5, and the knight is still alive, so bishop g4 is not possible. Let's have a look at how the game continued. Knight came to b3. This knight is very, very strong, so it makes sense to exchange it. Black took, and white took back with the queen. White does have problems with the d3 pawn, but can white attack it 3 times is the question. White played bishop c5.
Yeah, so knight is attacked, and the only way, and bishop f4 is not very desirable way to guard the
g5, I think.
g5 wins some piece. Yeah, it wins a piece, no, straight. So it's not desirable for sure. So knight has to come back to f3, and did she play knight f3? Now she wants to play d4 because black will have some problems. So probably bishop g4. What is the move that was played?
Yes, knight f3 was played, and black played bishop to g4, which is the move we expected, like whenever the knight comes back.
Yeah, d4 was a threat, I think. No, d4 was a threat by white because.
And after queen b7, we can also pick up d3. So this is not a problem.
F3 is weak, c4 is weak.
So white played bishop f4 logical again, and black played bishop d6, challenging the bishop. Bishop came back to e3. Now bishop c5 is no more possible. So white played queen d7 with the idea that queen b2 will be met with rook b8.
So, but I think d4, so white has achieved d4, white should be preferable here.
Yeah, I don't know why this is okay for black, because it seems like white is just a pawn up after d4, and she did not give up any kind of compensation to black, because white has pair of bishops as against black's pair of bishops, so there is no compensation for the lost
no
pawn.
clear cut weakness, no chance of kingside attack even after bishop h3, and I think the opening has been success for
Bibisara.
the youngster.
Yes, and black played c6 here, preventing c5 d5 ideas. Okay, c5 is still possible, but then it weakens the d5 square, and d5 is
And
not
I think
possible.
she's also guarding b7 for future play, because it's not always possible to trap the queen or something. So yeah, but I think I mean a tough position for black, no, at this stage.
Yes, so c6 was played, and rook a1 was white's decision in this position. Black played a5. Black is basically a simple pawn down, and let's see how black managed to draw. White plays.
I think she wants to create some counter play, bb4 or a4, bb4. I think just to awkward. I mean, just not to make your opponent comfortable, but the bishop must stay on d6, because otherwise knight could jump to e5. So a tough position, I must say.
White played a3, a4, queen to c2, bishop f5. So it seems like black has gained some tempi in return for the pawn. I remember one of my earlier coaches advising me that a pawn equals 3 tempi in chess. Not necessarily always the case, but this was one of the lessons given to me as a beginner, and I remember it so clearly to this day. So I think black has some compensation now because of the piece activity.
Yeah, and the c4 point is also weakened because of non-availability of b3. So, and the bishop on g2 is not well placed to support c4. So, and sometimes black could get b5 break and get an outpost and a d5. So, perhaps we are heading towards a slowly into a equalizing procedure, I think.
H6 was played. I think black has played really well in a pawn down position to get activity. After bishop f4, she does not exchange the piece, but goes back bishop f8. Queen d1.
So white actually gets knight knight e5 can't come because d4 is hanging. Okay.
So white plays queen d1 for that reason. She wants to play knight e5. Rook d1 would be met with, I think rook d1 was more natural.
Rook d1 with more, but what is the queen on c1 doing? She thought queen d1 at least attacks the a4 pawn, so the rook is not able to move. Somehow the f1 rook is doing nothing, so rook d1 and rook f1 is also a possibility.
Very natural looking move at least, but queen d1 surprising to me. I just, I mean, it's very interesting to see what kind of moves different players consider. You know, I did not even consider this move. And f6 was played.
To stop knight e5.
To prevent knight e5, very well pointed out, and rook e2 by white to double on the e file.
Okay, so she wants to exchange pieces, and if rook is exchanged, then a4 pawn could be weak as well. She could be 2 pawns up, and even nothing happened, just exchange all the pieces, then white is probably winning. Yeah.
So black played g file, lashing out.
Forced move. I think even previous move I was thinking of that, but a knight e5 was a possibility. So now it is no longer a possibility. g5 is the only plan to keep the position from not deteriorating.
And bishop c1 was played, to which black replied with knight d6. We have not yet looked at the time position over here. After 25 moves, Bibisara has had 19 minutes, while Humpy was in a pawn down position with only 2 minutes on the clock. So Humpy under a lot of pressure in this game. Let's see how she managed to draw. Knight d6 attacks the c4 pawn.
Yeah, the plan a5 a4 weakens the c4 point, as we were discussing. That is easy to target this point. That's why queen on c1 was more logical, but okay. So
And actually now maybe she'll win the c4 pawn unless white pushes c5, but that becomes d4.
which means no strategic advantage despite being a pawn up. But yeah,
So-
if he is losing back the pawn, then c5 is the best.
So white took rook e8, which makes sense because after knight d2 you lose to bishop to d3. Maybe you won't lose as such because you still have rook e8, but rook e8, rook e8, rook e1 runs into runs into bishop c2 here. Wow, this
Yes,
was a
and
nice tactic.
immediately black
Wins.
wins. Yeah, because queen g6 check, you will not get a chance to play queen g6 check anyway. So
Yes.
yeah, so rook e1 is not possible, which means you can't take on, you can't allow bds, you can't play knight d2.
So that's why white first took on e8, rook
Okay.
e8, queen e8 was played with the idea you can go rook queen f7 for rook e1.
Also the a4 was hanging, no? So yeah.
Yes. So we need the rook on a8 to keep the a4 pawn protected, and rook e1 was not played, but knight d2 was played, allowing bishop d3 because we play rook e1 attacking the queen.
And then queen f7 will force c5, but at least then yeah, but white maintains the extra pawn, but white may not get a passed pawn, but still a tough position in my opinion.
Yes, it's actually we feel optically at least it seems black has equalized. We will see how the game proceeded. Queen g6 was played, and here there was a good move for white with b4 because nothing is hanging, but this is a very difficult move to play with allowing bishop c2. White played rook e1. Black offered a exchange of rooks here. Also bishop c2 would have been a good move.
Bishop c2, queen e2,
And rook e8.
and queen f1, then bd3, some complex. So bishop, what was happening to bishop c2? Queen f3.
Queen
I think,
f3, yes.
only move. And black is okay now because c4 pawn is weaker than. I mean, it's not easy to get d5 pawn rolling. The bishop on c1 is bad, so this is compensation for the lost pawn. bd3 here, some tactics could come.
Yeah, this was interesting. I mean, and attacking d4. But however, this was not the game. We will have a look at what did the players choose. Players chose to play rook e1, rook e8, at exchanging more pieces, even though black is a pawn down. That's a surprising
But
decision.
because of the weakness in d3 square, which would after rook e8, queen e8, the only open file is in black's control, and it's not possible to take on a4, which means that black queen activity of black's queen will compensate the awkward
Yeah.
the pawn minus.
Just to illustrate, this is impossible to play because of queen e1 check, bishop f1. It's not yet a checkmate, but black will win this game without any worries. d2 knight is also hanging, and this is just a piece of position for black.
Perhaps two pieces up if you move the knights.
Yes. So this was not played, but black played rook e8, and also it's a time pressure move because black is under time pressure. She has only 2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes 35 seconds for another 12 moves. This is only the 28th move. Rook e8 was followed with bishop rook e3, sorry, and black played bishop c2 attacking the queen. So very typical time pressure moves. You create a threat with every move. Queen e1 played rook d8, not exchanging.
Planning to win back the pawn with knight f5.
Knight f5, and now already the white has some problems. Also white is short on time, 13 minutes only. White played g4, controlling the f5 square,
Immediate threat has been dealt with.
and now bishop d3 attacking c4 pawn. Bishop f1 was played, exchanging this bishop, but what about this pawn on g4 now? Are the squares weak around the black king?
Yes, h5 or something. I don't know. After the bishops are exchanged, black seems to have no problems.
So bishops were exchanged.
And
I
f5,
think
f5 perhaps, or
actually bishop f1 not the best move because after this these squares are so weak, and
yeah, and probably f5 is a possibility, which will try to attack the d4 point immediately, or even h5 is also a possibility. You pin, it's okay, but
the queen f7.
yeah, and c4 is under pressure, and if white plays c5, then probably
Knight b5.
knight b5, and you take on f5, you lose d4, and you lose quite a few things. So queen into f5, gf5, knight d4 is much better for black.
Yes, This is actually better for black, even
Much
though
better,
black is
much better.
pawn down.
Bishop c5, pawn down for a moment, but pawn up very soon.
No, this will be very, very bad. And look at white's pieces. They are
Yes.
so badly placed. So
And white can't move the knight because of knight b3. So
yes. Actually, g4 itself was a questionable decision here. It's a
yeah,
weakening move. And after bishop d3, bishop f1, the last mistake by white in which gives up all her advantage. And now white is on the back foot, in fact, after queen c2. Fantastic
yes,
move.
better than f5, I think, not weakening. A sort of zugzwang. White can't move anything. Yeah, so
Rook c3 was played, so
Yeah.
black went back queen h7, and white played queen d1 here.
queen d, yeah, trying to win. Queen d3 made some sense also, I think. Queen d3, but
Maybe anyway f5.
yeah, f5. So that's why she moved a queen to h7, so that the queen is not hanging after f5. And queen d1, I don't know, risky decision.
She played queen d7, not f5 actually. Okay, let's see the game, but f5 was possible. I think it was a good try for black.
Yeah.
Queen d7, h3 was played, and because g4 pawn is pressurized even though queen on d1 supports it, and black played f5 here.
No, yes.
White played f3, and I think a draw was offered, or maybe there is a transmission error, because no, I doubt if there is a transmission error. This was the
No,
final
but
position.
what does she want to do after bg7? Is it the position or?
Yes, this is the final position on the board. I will just check with the team if this was indeed the last position on the game.
In fact, bishop g7 threatens not only bd4 but also c5 in case the white rook doesn't move. So rook d3 is probably forced after bishop g7, and doesn't seem to be a proper way of playing for white. So is that a final? I mean, they
Yes,
must have
it
made some
seems
moves.
like this is the last position on the board, and actually f3 draw was offered, and Humpy agreed. This
Isn't-
is
isn't
at
black-
least this
isn't
is
black
what
better?
we have.
Yeah,
at-
isn't black better after bishop g7 or something?
Yes, just let me clarify that this is the last position that we
Okay.
have. Maybe the players did play
No,
some
they had very
moves.
poor time left, I think. No, they have not completed 40 moves, have they?
No, they have not yet completed 40 moves. Can we have the board on the screen, please? Yes, 37th move with f3 played, and this is the final position. It looks very good for black actually, especially after f3, because all of these squares have been weakened.
And bishop g7 looks natural. No, bishop g7. I thought queen g7 was a bit artificial. Bishop g7, and
Now d4
rook
is
d3 is forced. Otherwise c5 will come. So rook d3 is forced. If you play knight f1, c5 is coming. So but then you have bishop e3. Okay. Yeah, but knight f1 we actually lose this pawn now. Once it's attacked, you lose this pawn. So even f4 wins the pawn, no? And f4 followed by knight move will win the pawn. I don't know. Somehow this is
no. This looks
yeah, unplayable probably. Bishop e3, bishop e3, c5, and rook d3, bd4 check.
95.
Knight e5 itself. Okay.
Or even bishop d4.
Bishop
Yeah,
d4
both
check
are
and knight
doing-
e5. I thought.
Yes.
And
No, this is a very bad position for black, and it
for white,
remains
for
sorry,
white, yeah.
for white.
Rook d3 is forced in any case, and we don't know how bad it is. But queen e6 or queen f7, knight f7 anyway, and you want to not only take on d4, but you want to post knight e5 then, which means that well, g4 and f3 very committal moves, and I don't know. It's not a well played game by white for sure. Black has played well, but black just gave up a pawn, and I'm not sure about the compensation in that position. And throughout the game, till black actually got a5, 4, and some play, but
And-
overall a risky game to play, I think.
And it is possible that the game ended here and not after f3, but we don't have full information yet, so we will not be able to confirm, because the game live position shows that the last move is f3, but
Yeah.
this is completely better for
No,
black.
I think sometimes after the game, players analyze and they
Yes.
point out that okay, e4 is weak, so
And
yeah, something, and the move is captured by the
DGT board.
DGT board, because it's the whatever you move on the board is actually made. So sometimes the subsequent analysis also takes it. So white's, I think, a bad judgment. Like white played queen d1 trying to play queen a4. But yes, fundamentally the king's safety was completely ignored by white, and that's why it's compensation. But
And
I
also
think
G4 I think was a
yes,
very big.
everything G4,
Huh.
F3, these moves, they show somewhat, I think, a bit careless moves, I must say, and because she's good at attack as well. But
Yeah, she
she has
played.
often made the king weak. I think against Harika also she chose. Bibisara had a very weak king.
Yes, I remember.
So perhaps she likes taking risk and taking it. So it tries to win the material and grab material. I don't know. It is a way of playing,
Yeah.
and it works for some people.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of personal taste, and actually she was a complete pawn up in this position once she got d4. Like, this is the ideal position to have for
Yeah,
white.
this one must say that it's a winning position for white. So good opening.
Yes.
So probably for a5, I think moving the queen itself was the a3 was one of the most unnecessary moves eventually, and so structural weaknesses. I think probably because she is young, she is not more. I mean, she's not worried about creating pawn weaknesses. As you grow, you don't want to create pawn weaknesses and the square weaknesses. Yeah, a3, for example, a very committal move. So,
Yeah, because it makes the b4, b2 pawn be backward, and also later
C4, yeah.
c4 will be a
Queen
weakness.
d1, queen c2, any move was more natural in that position. And bb4 is not queen c2, bishop f5, and then maybe even queen c1 also. And I'm not really worried.
But then bishop d3, that's the
Okay, that
problem.
was a problem. So okay, she had so direct queen d1, perhaps not in this position, the previous position.
Voluntarily pinning.
But then yeah, b4 I'm not worried about because of bishop d2. So
Actually, white does have some problems.
but
now
bishop
that
f3
we
and queen
analyze
into
it.
bishop f3 and queen into d4.
Yes.
Yeah, so pawn is going back. True.
So
Now
white
it's-
does have some problems.
yeah, a5 is a
Probably
good
not
move.
easy to.
Then I think yeah, rook a1 could be wrong then. Perhaps what is the last move?
Yes, rook a1 was the last move.
Yeah, so
If a good attempt by Humpy
yeah.
to create
rook a1
problems.
somewhat a bit awkward move for sure. And direct queen c3 might have threatened knight e5. No? So I think instead of rook a1, before a5, queen c3 did make some sense trying to play before this, one move before rook a1. Here, but queen c3 on knight e4. Okay, this queen is a bit awkward placed. I'm not able to throw knight e5 in this position, which I would like to do with some support. But bd2 bishop c3 is too slow. Black knight is coming to e4, and somehow
It's not easy to convert white's advantage, even
Yeah.
though it is very clear optically that white has an advantage, especially.
it's an undisputed advantage. I don't know. d5 is a very committal move, and I wouldn't like to play that. Even that comes into consideration. So
Interesting game. We must say give credit to both the players, and especially to white for the opening. Wonderful opening by white, and then a wonderful fight back by Humpy, creating such great chances for herself in a pawn down position.
yes, a lot of initiative was created by Humpy, and sort of he kept white's pieces completely controlled, because when you're down material, you have to dominate opponent's pieces. Otherwise, you're just a pawn down. And she did it in a exemplary way, and she actually outplayed. And I think final position, if she had more time, probably she might have
Continued.
continued the game, because I think she probably sensed that she was better, but she was afraid of some blunder.
Or
Very
maybe.
less time. Yeah.
Yes, and it's quite possible that the game ended at f5.
Itself. Okay. Yeah.
We would, yes. So, yes, I'll just play the final few moves, and then we can say thank you to our viewers and read out the
Yeah.
results.
Yeah.
So,
G4 was the position where
sorry,
yeah.
f5, and here it's not clear if white made the move and they agreed to a draw, or it was agreed to a draw here
Yes,
itself.
here black has compensation. Now black is not losing. Probably black is not winning either. Black's compensation is only worth a pawn. Black will win back the pawn, that's all. And position will be still roughly equal. White can always play some move like d5, after which white wouldn't lose the game generally. So
So yeah, nice fighting chess today as well, but two very important results for Goryachkina Alexandra against Nino Batsiashvili, who won with the black pieces, and Lagno Katrina also won with the black pieces against Nana Zagnidze. We had a look at both the games, and of course Vaishali drew against Harika. Again, a very decent game by both the players. And last game we saw was Bibisara versus Humpy, which also ended in a draw. So, what was your overview of today, Praveenji?
Well, I think some games, I mean, the accuracy level was not great in two games which were resulting. The accuracy, I mean, in one game it was big tactical accuracy in game, one game it was big strategic inaccuracy playing moves like f4. So those two games were probably not as well played as in the top six. I mean, in top first six games, we didn't have such badly played games. Today, I can say for the first time, I saw somewhat badly played games.
I think yes, there was definitely some huge blunders that happened.
Also,
and
strategic decisions like f4 allowing e4 and d4, two pawns in center, controlling and stabilizing in your territory.
yeah, it is unfortunate, but you know, sometimes it does happen that even if you have a good tournament overall, there can be one off game where you simply cannot concentrate well and you end up making all kinds of bad decisions.
Actually, it's a lot of things which matter. If you're not slept well, if you're not had good food, if you have some stomach upsets. You know, I remember Don Bradman, I mean, those who know cricket, you know, Don Bradman was basically a classical cricketer and a great batsman. And during this 5 days test match, he ate only toast butter. That's the only thing he ate. And he said, for a batsman, it's very important to have good stomach. If you have a bad stomach, then you can't really run and you can't make. So, you know, sometimes he was there on the field 3 days. And he said that during these 5 days and 1 or 2 days before, only bread butter and toast butter. He ate nothing else. So that's a big sacrifice, you know, not eating proper protein food. But sometimes you have to take these measures and players learn from that. If they don't, sometimes they're not. Well, no,
yeah, we are not sure what. No, it could be anything. We are not sure, but definitely something went wrong today, and we hope that both the players will be able to come back strongly. And of course, looking forward to great games tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us. We really appreciate it, and we are hoping that you will join us
Is it
tomorrow
Saturday?
as well.
Is it Saturday?
Today's Saturday.
Today's Saturday,
Okay, I
yes,
have
tomorrow,
lost
yeah.
track of the days. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry for us, all the days are same because the schedule is same and yes, for
For
us it doesn't really matter.
There are no weekends for chess players. So we will see you tomorrow as well. Hopefully, the stream is from 3 to 8 p.m. as usual. Do join us and enjoy the games of these wonderful players
And
with
now
us.
it's only last 4 games. Yeah, we have gone through most of the part of the tournament. 7 games, 7 rounds over out of 11. So now the heat really starts, and you see some blunders and interesting movements. So I think the games are going to be more exciting and more enjoyable in next 4 days. So I look forward to seeing you all all those 4 days, and see you tomorrow then.
Bye bye.
Here we are after round 7 game between Bibisara Sobaba and Humpy Koneru. It was a tense and interesting game which ended in a draw. Humpy, do you want to take us from your perspective what happened in the game?
I played quite interesting with knight d4, but I think I missed the continuation. Probably I should start with c6 instead of rook e8. I felt white is having a better position after I misplayed. But slowly, I think her rook e1 was bad move to my assessment. And later on also, I felt like at some point she has to try to play d5 in certain positions. And towards the end, I'm having a very comfortable position. I could even continue the game with bishop g7, rook d3, queen e6 maybe. But okay, still it's a game. d5 is there. If queen e5, white is having knight f1. So, okay, it's not even clear. So I thought when she offered a draw, I just agreed for it.
Bibisara, from your perspective, does this assessment align with yours, or do you have anything to add?
I also don't know knight d4. I have pawn, but my coordination not very good. And at some point I need to play more faster or more strong
more stronger moves. In the end, we have tight knot and we have a noise. It's not very comfortable.
Yes, it's a bit of a noisy day today, a bit here. There was an issue because in one of the adjacent rooms there's some event which was supposed to start at 9, but started earlier, but you continue playing.
Yes, but it's not very comfortable to play, and I offered draw. I don't know what is the position, but okay, I think Black have good initiative, and maybe position is equal, dynamically equal.
So, speaking about various environments you play, obviously noise impacts you, but there are things they can't be controlled. Sometimes things happen. How difficult is it for you, both of you as professionals, to obviously your experience to play in various conditions, but how easy or difficult is it for you to kind of isolate yourself from the surroundings and just focus on the game? Humpy, you want to start?
Okay, today it was a bit more, but usually the small noises doesn't matter because we'll be immersed in the game. Yeah.
What about you?
It's not a big problem, but it's not very good for me.
And just one thing, Bibisara, this is your first draw in the tournament after all the games have been decisive so far. So, Humpy, you've produced something new here. So how does it feel to have a first draw now after 7 rounds?
I feel good.
Feels good.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. Good luck and